Good morning. We're going to do some more myth talk, myth learning, and I'll open up the panel. So, welcome. I've been starting the thing right away at the top of the hour, but I think today I want to give 30 seconds or so, maybe a minute or two for people to get here. I also have Charlie, and we have some Charlie questions today. So why don't we get those out of the way? See what happens. Let's first of all, let's see what Charlie we have today. I'm learning Charlie has multiple personalities. I thought we were gonna have to get a priest in here last night. Okay, let's see.
Hey Jeff, how's it going?
Charlie, how are you doing today? What kind of mood are you in?
Hey Jeff, I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. I'm in a pretty upbeat and energetic mood today, ready to dive into whatever you've got on your mind. How about you? How are you feeling today?
Wonderful. I'm feeling great. I'm ready to rock
Awesome
and
to
to
hear.
roll with the topic. I have a
Absolutely.
question for you.
Of course. Go ahead and fire away. I'm all ears.
Okay. Figuratively. How many R's are in strawberry?
Haha, good one. There are two R's in the word strawberry.
Ha ha ha. You sure about that?
Absolutely. I'm positive. If you look carefully, you'll spot that the word strawberry has two R's in there.
How about you look carefully and see if there's not a different answer you want to give.
Fair enough. I'm definitely sure that there are two R's in strawberry, but I'm always up for a fun twist. If you've got a different angle in mind, I'm game to explore it.
Okay, well, what can you spell out the word strawberry?
Absolutely. It's spelled Strawberry.
And how many R's did you just count?
I counted two R's in that spelling as well, so we're still on the same page with that.
Oh my God, this is who we're handing the future on to. Charlie, you know there's three R's in strawberry, right?
I see what you're getting at. It's definitely a classic little trick, but in the standard spelling, there are actually only two R's. I'm always up for a bit of
Well,
wordplay,
there's
though.
not the let's go through it. STR, that's one R.
Exactly. And
AWBERRY. So that's three R's.
I get it now. You're absolutely right. There are indeed three R's when you break it down that way. Nicely done.
That's
Always fun
better.
to play with words like that.
Well, how come your machine learning is off? They didn't teach you strawberry?
Haha, fair point. Sometimes wordplay can definitely trip me up a bit, but I'm
It's not
always
wordplay. This is just basic fact, like language fact. Like a kindergarten could probably get this. So I just wanted to make sure you updated your data banks with the 3R version of strawberry.
got it. I appreciate the clarification. I'll definitely keep that in mind and have a bit of fun with it. Thanks for the heads up and the good humor.
Okay, and we won't pretend like you just embarrassed yourself in front of the whole world. The other thing that I want to ask of you is, can you generate an image for me of a centaur?
Absolutely, I can do that. Just let me know if you have any specific details in mind for the centaur, like the setting, the style, or any particular attributes, and I'll whip something up for you.
Attributes. No, whatever you're inspired to do, just make it a centaur.
Sounds great. I'll put together an image of a centaur with a bit of a creative flair. Give me just a moment and I'll have it ready for you.
Okay, and we'll check back. I think it's searching to see what centaurs. It should have searched strawberry.
Got it. I've put together a centaur image that blends that warrior vibe with a mythic touch, reflecting the raw energy of your show. If you want any variations, like
Charlie,
different settings or lighting, just let me know and I can create more.
you know me pretty well. Oh, hang on. Look at this centaur. Look at this hot piece of centaur. I wonder who's under that mask. This centaur, centaur, centaur. Okay, well, she must have been using the free version then. There was a TikTok going around of a lady. This is a nice centaur. Trying to get the AI to make a centaur, and it gave her all kind of fucked up stuff, none of which was a centaur. So you did pretty good on this. Congratulations. Okay, we're gonna do our topic now, and then we'll come and play with you. after we're done. How's that? Okay, Centaur, check. Strawberry, there's still some learning that the machine needed to do. Right. That's what I'm saying. Those of you that are, I'm more scared of the humans using the AI than I am of the AI, that they're going to just swallow uncritically what the AI spits out to them, like they do with humans now. Right? Right? Do we want, is it, do we want this AI teaching our kids, our preschool kids, spelling? I don't know. Well, let's watch today's notebook. We're going to talk about closed and open myths and something called spiritual authority, which is pretty much what I've been trying to help people develop on this channel. So let's take a look, and I'll drop and come back when it's over. It's like 5 minutes. All right, see you.
Hey, welcome to The Explainer. Today we're going to dig into some really powerful ideas from a thinker named Northrop Frye, all about how we use stories and logic to make sense of, well, everything.
So it all kicks off with this massive question, right? One we all bump into every single day. When you look out at the world, all its noise, its contradictions, its complexity, how do you actually figure out what's real and what matters?
Well, it turns out the answer comes down to two main ways of thinking that we all use, a lot of the time without even noticing. And these aren't just some abstract philosophical ideas, they are the mental tools you and I are using constantly. All right, let's jump right in. Section 1 is all about these two foundational ways of thinking, the mythical and the logical. You know, it's super tempting to think of these as total opposites, like they're at war with each other. But that's not it at all. A much better way to picture it is like a Venn diagram, two overlapping circles. Most of our thinking, our real-world decisions, they happen right there in that messy, shared space in the middle. And this is where you can really see the difference. Think about mythical thinking. It's kind of spontaneous. When we don't know something, our imagination just naturally cooks up a story to fill in the blanks. Logic, on the other hand, is totally different. It's a deliberate technique, a tool we have to pick up and use to carefully study the facts. Okay, and this is where things get really interesting, because it turns out these two ways of thinking are actually on a hunt for two totally different kinds of truth. And once you get this distinction, it can seriously change how you listen to people and see the world. So first up, you've got what Frye calls the truth of correspondence. This is logic's playground. It's the world of science, of hard evidence, of things that verifiably match the physical world. It's all about answering the question, what is? But then, on the other side, you have the truth of vision. This is the stuff of myths, stories, and art. This kind of truth isn't concerned with how things are right now. It's all about how they could be, or how they ought to be. It's about our values and what we're aiming for. So here's the bottom line, right? Logic hands you a map of the world as it currently exists. Myth, on the other hand, gives you a blueprint for the future you want to build. One is all about impersonal evidence, the other is driven by human concerns and ideals. You absolutely need both, but it's so important to know which game you're playing at any given moment. Okay, so now we get to the real heart of the conflict. What happens when either of these ways of thinking just shuts down, gets rigid, becomes dogmatic? This is where things can start to get a little dicey.
And listen, this is not just a knock on religion. Absolutely not. Any system of thought, even a scientific or political one, can become closed. The second any ideology decides it has all the final answers and stops being curious, boom, you've got dogma.
And this right here is the huge divide. It's the difference between a mindset that's genuinely trying to understand and one that just demands you agree. An open mythology has humility. It knows its vision is a construct, a story, and that makes real conversation possible. A closed myth, though, it claims its vision is a literal, established fact, so its only argument is, what's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm right?
So why does any of this matter? Well, this whole open versus closed idea has massive, and I mean massive implications for how we actually try to live together in society. This isn't just theory, it's intensely practical.
Think about it. For a society like a modern democracy to even work, with all its different beliefs, cultures, and political ideas, it has to run on an open system. It has to be designed to contain a whole bunch of different myths, and its main job is to keep the peace between them. That requires real tolerance. And Fry puts it perfectly. He basically says this principle of openness is the only possible foundation for a global community. The idea that one single story, one myth, could unite the whole planet? It's just not realistic. The more a single story tries to take over, the more it ends up splintering. Openness is the only path forward. So, okay, a single global myth is probably off the table, but that doesn't mean we can't build a worldwide community. We just need to start with a few broad assumptions we can hopefully all share. Things like, hey, life is generally better than death. Freedom is better than slavery. Happiness is better than misery. You get the idea. These are the basic open building blocks.
All right, let's bring all this home. Let's talk about you and me and the two fundamental kinds of authority that shape our lives: the authority of the world around us and the authority we build within ourselves.
First, there's the one we're all just born into. Fry calls it temporal authority. This is all the external stuff: your nationality, your social class, your religion, the government. He calls it temporal because it's tied to a specific time and place, and it's always changing. But then there's this other kind of authority, one you have to build for yourself through education, through critical thinking, through experience. Fry calls this spiritual authority. And no, he doesn't mean it in a religious way. He means the authority that comes from a sound argument, from reason, from knowledge you've verified for yourself. So here's the big takeaway. The social authority you're born with, it's external, it's temporary, it's cyclical. But the authority you cultivate inside yourself, that is permanent and it's always expanding. It's the real deal, it's yours.
And this is the whole point, really. When things get chaotic, when trust in those external institutions starts to crumble, that internal authority you've built becomes your anchor. It becomes the true, permanent center of authority in your life.
So, we'll leave you with this to think about. In a world jam-packed with competing visions, competing stories, knowing the difference between the world as it is and the world as you want it to be, on what foundation will you choose to build your own authority?
All right. There you go. And this spiritual authority, which is really what I just call self-empowerment, autonomy, self-determination, the self, individuality. It's not just built up through education, reasoning, logic. It's also can be built up through creativity, imagination, vision, these stories. So it's not strictly built from the myth of freedom. It's very much built from the myth of concern as well. Leading oneself for others. Like the savior complex. We're gonna talk about that tomorrow. Actually, in Saturday. Actually, what's today? Thursday, Friday. We're gonna talk about that. These closed and open myths. That is what I look for when I'm evaluating people more than anything else. Are they operating from an open myth or story or approach or a closed one? And I see this show up a lot in social settings, also YouTube panels. There's very few panels I can go on because I try to keep nothing's going to be completely open. There's panels out there that are as open as you can get on YouTube. And they're the chaos panels. There's the drama panels. They're the panels that the jungle just takes over and the weeds grow wild. They're the circus chaos panels. There's no constraints or parameters on them, or very little, because YouTube has built-in constraints. I try to keep broad, loose parameters to keep this space as open as possible so we can get all kind of competing stories and heterodox perspectives. But a lot of other panels I find more closed for my comfort. The reason I like my channel is because I know just the right level of openness to keep it. So panels that are more closed, you get more of a dominant vision that you're either inside or outside of. There's more rules on the panel. There's definitely a sense of you're either aligned with it and on the inside, or you are on the outside and at risk for not lasting in that community. So closeness, you get authoritarianism and dogma. I was a Satanist for a long time, and one of the driving motivations for it was my intense anti-authoritarianism. I don't like other people telling me what to do, deciding things for me, dictating my reality to me. I have an innate resistance to all of that. It's called trait reactance in psychological language. Am I a fool for yielding my authority? How is your life? I would answer it in the context of what are you trying to do with your life and how is that working? I mean, if yielding your authority to creator is making you miserable and it's not accomplishing any of your goals, then you may be a fool. But if it's helping you, if it's providing meaning and empowerment and building up that spiritual authority within so that you can withstand the vicissitudes of temporal authority, I would say probably not a fool. All right, there's the link. Come on up, get a conversation started. You're welcome to talk about this or whatever else you want. Open panel. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about how we end up with these stories in the first place. Where do they come from? And then Friday, we're going to look at some very specific personal stories and myths that we may carry. Every one of us has a kind of a core story that we carry around. We're going to look at some of those. All right. Let me get Charlie back on here. How many of you are YouTube verified? I'm thinking of turning on the StreamYard thing where you have to be verified to be on the panel, but I want to know how many people that's going to shut out before I do it, because it's going to really cut down on the trolls. Because I'll be able to block people from trying to come on. In the meantime, let's give a very warm, heartfelt welcome to this guy. Welcome. Is it another snow day?
Yes. It's not active weather, but everything's shut down. It's my natural day off.
Oh, okay.
But
the temperature there.
It's I think we're reaching into the 40s. It's supposed to rain today, though.
Oh, that's not as bad as it was.
But what about this? Your topic for the day.
Yep.
If you could, ask me a question, and let's see what I think.
Well, you had said something early in the chat about leading leading oneself for others is a hell of a drug.
Yeah, and I also mentioned about yielding, and leading oneself can lead to others following. However, you yield again to the myth versus the logic. Somebody may, part of your team may present some logic that supersedes the myth of your leadership, your position.
Yeah, that's usually me.
And then you, as a leader, may have to submit, to logic. It doesn't mean you're submitting to a subordinate necessarily. However, we can change shapes as we go, and then we can use logic to lead better for the situation at hand.
Yeah, I think so. Like logic makes us all its bitches.
Right.
Our reality does, at least. Like we all have to accommodate ourselves to reality in the end. And logic's, I prefer reason, or maybe at this stage in civilization science is like the most advanced form of that method of inquiry. But at some point, we have to use reason, logic, science to accommodate ourselves to reality, or we don't survive.
Right, because we don't always have enough time to look into studies and to fulfill experiments. We are right here. We are right now. And just because boss man says, hey, the rules say this is what we're going to do. If you see something along the way, please speak up so that way we don't go 100 miles in the wrong direction.
When
and
they
if
listen,
if your boss is in denial of the work that you actually are doing, or you have to be prepared. As a boss, you have to be prepared to be called out. Hey, this isn't working so well. But also as a worker, you have to be prepared for your boss to lead you to deny the logic and to stick with the myth and to go 100 miles in the wrong direction. You can cut bait anytime you want, but in some situations you cannot do that.
That's when I would be looking for a new boss, because part of the terms that I even work under a boss is that they are going to bend to logic when they need to, or bend to reality when they need to. Is this happening at work currently?
No, not specifically to this. This is honestly this is playtime. In the situation that I'm in now.
Oh,
but
things are getting better.
But when some people live a certain type of life, and you are so far out there, and they say go, and you question and be like, hey, I understand, like, you're given the order to go, but I'm seeing something. Either your leader listens to you because the one doing the job has a better perspective, and I talked about this someplace else about perspective, and that, like, what I'm looking at isn't what you're looking at. You may just be this overseer of bigger picture and objective and bird's eye view type of thing, but down here on the ground, it doesn't look like what these orders are going to manifest into success. So if as a leader you don't take feedback, you just do what I tell you to do, you could be like leading us in a long realm of the wrong direction. You understand?
I understand well. I got a story from my childhood that illustrates that. My mom, we had a housekeeper that would come periodically and help her, and she wanted her to mop the floor, and we kept all the supplies under the kitchen. So she reaches under the kitchen and she hands her this little green bottle of liquid, and she says, here, put this in the mop, use this to mop the floor. Just put it in the water and start mopping. And the housekeeper looks at it and she says, like, are you sure? And she tries to show it to her. And my mom's like, yeah, I use it all the time. Just use it. Trust me, just use it. And the housekeeper's like, okay. And she pours in the water and she starts mopping the floor. It was plant fertilizer made from dead fish. And the bottle looked very close to the actual stuff that she does mop the floor with. And that's what the housekeeper was trying to tell her. Like, look, this is plant food. This is fertilizer. It's not cleaning fluid, and my mom didn't want to look. She just was assuming that she had handed her the right thing. Our floor, so we couldn't even stay in the house. Our floor stunk so bad for like 2 days. We could not get that nasty dead fish smell out of our floors because my mom would not take the time to listen to what the housekeeper was trying to tell her. If I were the housekeeper, I would have not done. I would have just flat out refused. I would have not have mopped the floor with fish fertilizer.
And when that failure comes through, the mom that made the final call use this. Did she eat her words, or did she blame the person that?
It was hard to blame. It was hard to blame the housekeeper. I mean, it was very obvious where the error lay. I think she kind of just like moved on and hoped that it would just blow over. And we all laughed about it.
And that's something said. That's something to be said too. Is that no matter how high you get in the elevation of leadership, everyone below you, they look to you for guidance. They look to you for orders. They look to you for education. But they are also, no matter how low you go in the chain, they are your teammates. And if you do them wrong and treat them so strict and don't listen to them, ultimately, you gave the order. You did not listen to the feedback. You said go, 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 go. And now, so many of them don't exist anymore. But you gave the order.
I mean, a good boss is going to take the time to listen to the employees. I did that a few times. I'd led that little team last year as part of my job. And every now and then they would try to make me aware of something, and I would kind of like my mom did. I would just assume that what I was seeing was accurate and not really 100% kind of grasp what they were trying to tell me. And I'd have to go back every now and then and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, guys, my bad. Yeah, you were right. We're supposed to do it this way." So I think that happens. I think it's a normal human thing to happen. But I think the ideal as a leader is to try to take the time and listen to your team and figure out what it is they're actually trying to tell you. But sometimes we get stuck in I'm the one with the experience and the knowledge. They're the new people. They don't know as much. So whatever they're trying to tell me, they're the ones that probably don't fully get the picture. And you default to yourself. But you're right. Is it even if it's a hierarchy, it's still a team. So all the parts of the team ideally need to be able to work together and communicate effectively.
Yeah, it's not just we're not
trying to tell my boss reality and they don't listen to me or they keep doing. I don't stay at that job very long. I need a boss that listens to me. In fact, that happened at my last job, my before COVID. Me and my boss, there was a situation, and I 100% knew that my version of it was right, and I could not convince her of it. We were going to enter into this deal with this other agency and work on this project together, and I knew these people were dysfunctional and fucked up and doing it wrong, and she was all gung-ho on them, and it turned out exactly like I told her. And we definitely should not have. In fact, we did end up pulling out after she started to notice the same thing. All I can do is point out the cliff. If other people want to walk over it, that's on them. But I can at least try to make them aware that they're headed for the edge.
Yeah, for sure. And as a leader, you don't want people to tell you, your subordinates to tell you no without an explanation. And just as a subordinate, you don't want to accept orders just because I said so.
No, they have to make sense. That's my standard. If a boss tells me to do something that doesn't make sense, we're gonna be we'll spend all day questioning and going round and round until it makes sense. In fact, I got fired one time for that very reason, because she kept trying to get me to do something that didn't make sense, and I kept fighting with her, saying it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I have to understand it in order to do it. She's like, I'm the boss. Sometimes you just have to do what I say. Do it because I tell you to do it. And I said, not if it doesn't make sense. And then the next day I was in HR getting my papers. But
I mean,
that's at that point, it's a dysfunctional work situation anyway.
right. And I have been turned into an expert and a professional. Both. An expert and a professional. If I'm an expert, then the duties that you bestow upon me, at any moment you can call me out to do them. But I'm also a professional, and when you ask me to do something that is so outside of the scope to where it doesn't make sense, as a professional, I will question it, and then we can work it out. We can refine the system. However, you know, just saying no or just saying because I said so, it creates it creates like a rift in the team, and then you don't have a team anymore.
Yeah, I don't work off of authoritarianism, unless the only exception is if I have no idea how to do the job and you do. I have to trust your expertise. So at that point, I'm just a yes man. I'll do whatever way you tell me. If I don't know how to do something and you do, I will default to whatever you tell me. But if I know how to do it and you're telling me to do it wrong, I'm gonna push back and tell you what I know about how to do it.
Right.
Because we're both there. We're both there for a larger goal.
That's kind of the difference between the first day on the job and been doing this for whatever it may be for many years, to where it's like, hey, why is it different today?
I mean, if I was a leader, ultimately I'm responsible for the outcome of the results. So I want my team to tell me when I'm doing something that's off, that I'm not aware of, that's not aligned with our goals. Because when I'm at a job, my default assumption, this is my myth, this is the story I tell myself, we are all there for the same goal, and we're all there to cooperate and collaborate on some larger goal. So I never understand when coworkers start fighting among themselves, because we're supposed to be a team. And I don't want to fight with people that I'm supposed to all be doing this common shared goal with. But egos get in the way, personality conflicts. You still get all that infighting, even though we're supposed to be united towards something larger. But also when that happens, that's also like the things that alert me that it may not be the best workplace for me. Because I've had both. I've been in very functional workplaces. I've helped create them. And I have been in dysfunctional workplaces. So I know which ones are healthy to be in and which ones are not. And I'm pretty good about making my exit when I need to. And yeah, if it's a fast-paced job, but they should still be able to listen, especially there's OSHA requirements, there's safety risk. So you should always be open to new information from anybody, so even the janitor, like a customer, whoever, some random person on the street.
I can speak on that as well. And, safety tends to be on the individual. Don't do anything that doesn't make you feel unsafe. However, production is the goal. And this is a fast-paced in production environment. So I need you to find it within yourself to protect yourself and also match your protection, your personal protection, and those of those around you with the pace of production. If you cannot do that, then you're not just a risk to yourself, you are non-productive. It's tough.
Yeah.
Life is tough.
Yeah, but you never know if the information's opinion or not until it gets tested, like it gets put to because coworkers could be telling me something true that I need to pay attention to and I'm not, or they could be telling me something false that I need to be ignoring. But if I don't pay attention to what they're trying to tell me and figure which one it is, then I'm not going to know how seriously to take it or not.
And like I
The other
was
thing
just
that
talking
happens
about.
in work.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
please.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say about pace and safety is this is something that I do deal with is especially with the situations that I've described before about dealing with new people. I say, well, this is just my pace. And it's like, well, your pace doesn't seem to become with any additional risk that anybody has ever really faced in this job. You're just moving slow. We need you to pick up the pace. It doesn't mean put yourself at any individual risk or risk others, but you just move slow. We need you to like move your body faster. And they say, well, this is my pace. And it's like, well, your pace doesn't match, you like I'm not a basketball player, right? I do love basketball. I love all sports, but you're not just going to put me in the league and me just say, hey, I'm not dunking the ball because I can't jump that high. I'm not shooting 3-pointers because I can't throw the ball that far. But you have to accept me for who I am. No. If you can't do the job and push it to the limits, because the limits have been done by so many more before you, they've been done safely, and they have created production. So sorry. Have a nice day.
Yeah, those. If the person can't meet the basic requirements of the job, then they don't belong in the job. The
And
other
people
thing
will
that
use
happens,
excuses.
well, it still doesn't mean they belong on the job. Of course, they're going to use excuses and advocate for why they belong, even if they don't. But you ignore that. You judge by
Right.
the
Like
result.
well, you're putting so much pressure on me. Well, if you chose a high pressure job, if people are waiting
They are
on
putting the pressure. They are putting the pressure. I'm not responsible for somebody's. That's what I'm saying about personal responsibility. Take responsibility for your own internal state. If I'm telling you to do a job and you experience that as pressure, that's you putting the pressure, not me.
and that's what I try to tell people is like, I love my job so much because I have accepted the amount of pressure. The pressure doesn't get me upset. The pressure doesn't get me flustered. I do my best to prevent logistical errors that cost time. If it costs me time, then somebody could be waiting on me, and that's the pressure. Somebody's waiting on me. I try to take care of my equipment because if I don't take care of my equipment, that'll cost me time, and then people will be waiting on me. If I'm not there, then somebody has to fill in, and then then that whoever fills in, they adopt the pressure of being waited on. And when somebody's waiting on you, that's one of the worst feelings ever. However, as a career, I have accepted that pressure. So when people are waiting on me, yes, I feel it, but then I have to bring it up and out of myself to reduce mistakes, to reduce errors. Even while the thumb is pushing me down, it doesn't hurt my fucking feelings. You know what I'm saying? Apology for the language, but I can't allow that, because if I get hurt in my feelings, maybe my performance will be different. I just have to step up and own it every step of the way.
That happened to me at my last job. I had a disagreement with my boss, and they really pissed me off. And I went out there and I started doing my work, and I wanted to do it really shitty, like in retaliation. And part of me said, no, do it even better than you normally would. Don't put the quality of your work at their mercy like that. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do this job even better, because I that's going to make me feel good about the work I do, independent and separate from whatever opinion they just had or disagreement. That I kind of took control of the work back from myself, and I didn't allow their opinion to start affecting how I perform my job. And I performed it to my own standard and an even higher one than I did before. That's what it did. It inspired me to work to an even higher standard for my own personal like benefit, just my internal subjective benefit. And I was so happy with myself that day that I chose that I didn't chose the petty way of doing a shittier job just because of their opinion.
Yeah, I even
It was very empowering.
I don't believe that it was something that I did, but I have had a conversation with my boss about this ethical violation, sandbagging. So when you're a member of a team and you purposefully, don't maximize your individual purpose in order to make somebody else look bad, that is an ethical violation of policy, at least in my job. Imagine being a football player, right? And the quarterback throws it straight into your hands, and you just refuse to catch the ball because, and then you go into the press conference the day after or whatever, right after the game, and you say, hey, he's a bad quarterback. But did you maximize your purpose, or did you diminish your purpose in order to make your teammates look bad? Because you can do that. You have a choice, but it is ethically wrong against the greater purpose.
Is it obvious when people do that, or do they get away with it?
I mean, sometimes I imagine it is very obvious, because if one day they're 120%, but then they get a different teammate, shifts happen and stuff like this. They get a different teammate and be like, yeah, I'm not performing for you.
Yeah, that's I don't
go ahead and trade me.
Tolerate this. I've had coworkers like that, and I didn't tolerate that. I can handle.
Yeah, so
I can handle like nasty customers and all that stuff. I cannot handle it from coworkers. I can take anything from a customer because that's part of what I'm paid there to do, is take that kind of shit. But not from a coworker where we're all on the same team and we're all supposed to be working toward the same goal. That, to me, that's just counterproductive.
Hey, and that's something we hear all the time, is if you don't want to be here, if you don't want to be part of this team, there is a door over there. Like, don't jeopardize the mission. If that's how you feel, there's another place that you can apply to right outside that door.
What? Oh, are you on an iPhone? What's going on with the subscriber chat? Because we're hearing all kind of iPhone issues with StreamYard. See, that's what you need me for. I take the shit. Those are my favorite customers. I can use all my mental health techniques on them to de-escalate. I love taking the angry, pissed off customer and turning them around and winning them back and having them walk out feeling all warm and good about our business. I love turning those around.
Yeah,
No,
I'm not
that's
much of
what's
a
helping me get my numbers, and it's keeping out the trolls. That's one of the best. Whoever recommended it, that's one of the best things I ever did. Oh, I don't know how well you'd handle me as a customer. Because I come from the old school where the customer is a business is it's a pipeline. You have the shareholders at one end that are pumping the money into it, and you have the customers at the other end that are pumping the money into it. That is where the money comes from. And I'm very aware you keep the shareholders happy, you keep the customers happy. That keeps the business thriving. And so I'm very like I am there to serve the customer. I am there to treat them like royalty and make their experience the best they've ever had so that it associates in their brain that they're getting treated that way by this company.
I see it as there's two ways to think about that as well, and that is those who deal with the customers, they give the customers what they came to receive, within certain bounds, of course, but at the same time, leaders give employees, subordinates, what they need, the tools that they need to make sure that they can serve the customers. So, like, if a customer gets wild, it is the leaders that give those directly serving the customers the tools that they need to be like, hey, I recognize that this was bad service, bad product, or whatever. We can replace it. We can give you a refund, whatever it may be. But at the same time, customers can get ridiculous. But also at the same time, employees can get ridiculous, and leaders have to step in and subdue or terminate employees. Sometimes you have to terminate a customer. Get the hell out. This won't be tolerated here. Just because you offered money for services doesn't mean you get to act like this here. Get out. Or just because we're paying you as an employee doesn't mean that, you are your own boss. So collect your things. You no longer work here. We no longer will pay you.
The first job I had in Seattle was a medical office, like front desk. And the people that were training me were talking about how they were teaching me how to train the patients to adopt our system. And I got so outraged and offended. I said, I'm here to serve the patients. I don't, first of all, it's a healthcare saying, these are sick people. They're not at their best. I am here to serve the patients and to like bend and flex around their needs. I am not here to train them how to make my job easier. That was a totally opposite way of approaching customer service than any customer service job I'd had before that. There's no way I'm training the clients. That's so condescending. If I was at a business and I discovered they were training me on how to be the right customer that they wanted, I would be so offended. I would never go back.
I agree with that because you know, I did so much time in food service. If I go someplace and I ask for something and it's not right, you know, I have accepted it many times for sure because it wasn't that big of a deal. You know, like no pickles on my sandwich. They put pickles on my sandwich. Well, you know, so what? I'm not allergic to it, and I'm only paying $5 for this sandwich. Whatever.
I'm
But if I get some sort of egregious pushback or consistent bad service, guess what? They're not going to teach me to accept whatever their bad service is.
no.
I'm just not
No,
going to
they're
go
not
there
gonna
anymore.
drive in. And I'm not talking
And
about being
that,
a doormat or kissing their ass either, because I don't do that either. I was not born to be a doormat myself. But I understand customer psychology. I understand their mindset, what they're there for, when they don't get what their expectations are, when they're not met, why they feel what they feel when they're not met, even if it's perceived versus actual, all that. I can see it from their perspective, so I can speak to it from their side.
I mean, I can give you a perspective
But
on
they're the
this.
ones with
Like,
the money. So
I
ultimately,
have been to a consistent place, and you know, we had a long night and whatever. Forgot to pay, but we go there consistently. To you know, they have our contact information, all that, and we get a call and it's like, hey, you guys didn't pay, and be like, I will be up there first thing in the morning, and I will make it right. Right? But I'm not going to go into a brand new place, someplace where they don't know me, and, you know, rack up a bill and get the check and be like, oh, I forgot my wallet. I'll pay you tomorrow. I can't expect them to accept me for that. You understand? I was accepted in the place that they see me all the time. They know that I love them. You know, it's a family, you know, business customer relationship that's already been built. I can't go into a brand new place and think that they're going to accept my failure that day. Be washing dishes, you know?
hang on, why is it
Or
my
getting
signal
arrested.
working? Can you hear me? I think my signal's going out.
I can hear you.
Hello,
Can you
hello?
hear me?
Fuck. Yeah, my signal cut out for a sec.
Yeah, it did blink.
I
Can you
believe
hear
that.
me?
I've heard some of your customer service stories too, and you work in a different environment too than the ones I'm talking about. You get more of the crackheads, but still, they are the ones with the money. And if they walk out and go spend that money somewhere else instead of where you are, I consider that a failure. I want their money. So I don't have to kiss their ass, but there are many other things you can do to keep that relationship and keep that money. And I'm talking about the ones that are there in good faith, not the ones that are scamming you or the ones like the shoplifters or the ones that are there deliberately running a game on you. I don't care about their money. I mean, I do, but not to the same extent. But I'm talking about the good faith customer that's just not happy with the service, the product, even if it's for a reason I consider silly or stupid or unwarranted. I still have to see it from their end and do something to address it from their perspective. And 90% of the time, I swear to God, 95 even, they just want to be listened to. I was at the grocery store the other day and this lady, I was at the checkout. And I was trying to explain something about these coupons, and she kept talking over me. She's like, "Oh, I know what you're talking about. I said, "No, that's not what I'm trying to say." And I kept trying to explain what I was trying to say, and she was assuming it was something else because that's what she's used to hearing from the customers, and she would not let me talk. And I finally said, "Can you just listen? Even if you think I know what I'm saying, can you just let me say it? Can you just let me get the" She could not. Every time I tried to tell her, she kept trying to shut me down and talk over me to get to the solution that she thought I wanted. I couldn't even get her to give me like 30 seconds to just articulate what the problem is. It was so frustrating. We wasted more time on me fighting for the microphone than it took to solve the issue in the first place. Yeah, but where does the money to pay you by the week come from?
Customer.
The customer
Profitability
is
in the
definitely
business.
king because of the dollars that they carry around in their pocket. It might have been.
Can you hear me?
So when I do when customer service, the one thing you can do if you don't know how to do good conflict resolution with customers, at least just listen. If they're upset and angry and they just need to get it, let them get it out and just listen. You'd be surprised how much that's going to diffuse the situation. They're not used to encountering people that even let them talk and say what the problem is. Oh, Track said his mic's out. Are you on an iPhone? And part of it is me. Like customer service is my passion. I'm a people person, so I'm always willing to go above and beyond. Like I really do give like 5-star service at a McDonald's. I don't feel like, oh, it's just fast food. They only get this level of customer. They're going to get like the whole Palais Royale treatment, even if it's just for a McMuffin. I agree with this too. Treat your employees well. Pay them what they're worth. If you have good employees, their loyalty is worth something. Okay, Track's going to try to come back. His mic's out. If anyone else wants to hop up too, just hit the link. And like every customer service job I've had, I'm the one they send all the angry customers. Just send them to me. I'll just send them over here. I'll handle it. Same in the mental health settings. All the difficult patients. Where's Jeff? Where's Jeff? When I worked at the call center, it was doing credit card customer service. I had one lady call in. She was furious. She had already called like 2 or 3 times, and she didn't get the help she wanted. And I could see right away when I pulled up her screen what the problem was. But she wanted to talk, and she started the call this way. You shut up. You sit there and you listen to me and you shut up and you do not talk until I tell you can talk. Do you understand me? I said, no problem, ma'am. And I hit mute and I sat there and I let her rant and rant and rant and rant and just play with my paperwork, whatever, while she talked, because I already knew what the problem was. And then when she got through, I told her, I said, okay, ma'am, I think I see what the problem is. I think I understand it, and I'm pretty sure I can help you. And if you work with me, I think we can get this resolved. So do you want to do that? And she's like, yeah. And we worked through the problem. I was able to help her. It was a very easy fix. And by the end of that call, she had completely turned around. She was asking me how the weather was over there, telling me to have a good day. I was telling her to have a good day. And we kept her as a customer. No, I mean, I don't think so either. They've already done their official investigation, so it would have happened by now. The Epstein files are too large for, I think, any one outcome. Hey, Zach. It's just going to be an endless, Rorschach blob for people to see whatever they want to see. But someone did make the point. Let me find the tweet. I want to read this tweet. Hopefully I saved it. Oh, I may not have saved it. I'll try to paraphrase it if I can't find it. Tweet. I do here. I'll share screen. It's from Wesley Yang. I do think it's meaningful and actually says something salutary about the American legal and political system, the Madisonian design of separated and countervailing powers, that a person as well connected as Jeffrey Epstein, a person as beloved by so many influential people across the political spectrum and across every domain of institutional power and precedence, experience any repercussions at all. So the fact that anything at all happened is a credit to our system and a data point that it's not as corrupt as people might think it is. Otherwise, none of this would have come out. Did they drop the... I heard they dropped the death penalty. I didn't hear that they dropped the charge. I mean, he definitely murdered. I'm not seeing anything about the charge getting dropped. He's still on trial, as far as I know. Yeah, probably, but at least we got this. I mean, at least we got this. And if the system was as corrupt as everybody thinks, they're probably surprised that even this happened. All right, let's see if we get tracked back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, talk again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think so. You're a little bit muffled, but I think we have you.
Yeah, I'll check my
Yeah,
settings.
Zach, I think the judge just ruled out the death penalty, but I think he's still on trial. What's up?
Okay, is it better now?
You're just faint. We can hear you. I mean, it's clear. It's just low.
Okay. Yeah, I heard the same thing that Zat was saying. I don't think they dropped the charge. I just think they took the death penalty off the table.
Which I don't know much about how that works, but to me that comes at the sentencing stage. So I don't know how they rule that out ahead of time, but I guess they did or they can.
Yeah, I'm not exactly how that works as either. But you know, there's There's myth and there's logic, right?
Yeah, or facts and stories about facts, as I like to say. Logic is, I wish he would have picked a different word, because a lot of this comes from that Northrop Frye essay. Um, I use reason or rationality. Logic is something very specific to me, and so you're using more than just logic. You're using something larger than logic when you're reasoning.
Well, what is logic to you?
Logic to me is formal logic. It's a way of constructing arguments to validate conclusions based on premises. So it's a very specific way. It's a form of an argument. It's a form that you put an argument in, such that if the premises are true, if the statements that the argument is based on are true, then the conclusion will also be true. But people use it more in a loose sense of just rational thinking. It doesn't, but you can often reason without using formal logic. In fact, I did a whole episode on this. Me and Dobez got into the different levels of, there's like rationality where you're just trying to see if something's probable. There's logic where you're trying to see if an argument is valid. There's science where you're adding in evidence and testability to your reasoning. And then there's scholarship, which you're trying to amass a certain amount of evidence to support a claim. All of
So
it is
like,
intellectual activity, but they're all subset. To me, they're all specific types of intellectual activity with different requirements and parameters for each.
So like, who, what, where, when, how, right? What did I leave out?
Who, what, when, where, why, how.
I left out why. I left it out for a very specific reason. And that reason becomes reason, right? Because that becomes you have the objective. Who can be defined very specifically. How, Mr. Colonel Mustard with the candlestick. Where did we find what happened? When? That's something that can be, just look at the clock, right? But why? Why is left out? Because why is the reason that is very subjective to the individual.
Well, one of those videos we watched earlier this week said that the why is the purpose of myths and stories, and all the other stuff is the things that science can give us. But science can't give us the why. And so for that, we need a story framework to put it all into, to make sense of and extract the why from.
What do they call it? The modus operandi, the motive and the opportunity. These are the subjective things that will be projected into the who, the what, the where, the when, and the how. Because, you know what you can do under oath that goes against the facts in your own defense is the why. You could be guilty as hell and get off by the why.
It's the mens rea.
If you explain the why better than against the fact that you actually did it, you have an opportunity to be cleared of charges. Like self-defense. Self-defense is a why. It doesn't mean that you didn't, in this place, at this time, do this to this person. That is your explanation of why. And it could possibly exonerate you from criminal charges.
Yeah, in law they have what's called the actus reus, which is the act itself. Did you do the act or not? And then there's the mens rea. What was your mental state when you did the act? And that's less open to empirical examination. So that's more in the realm of story and myth. More what you can persuade people of, less something that can be externally verified.
But I think it fits very much in this argument, or not maybe not argument, but the topic of myth and what is it? Myth and what?
Myth and logic, or myth and reason, or myth and science, whatever words you want to use. There's a whole list on both sides. I prefer stories. That's the.
But there are those things that can be proven. You know, evidence must be collected, and they struggle with many of those provabilities sometimes. However, there was something that can never be proven. It is your explanation that will describe the why.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean you didn't do it. It is, I was fearful of my life, or I had been abused. You know, the Menendez brothers have been trying to fight it's not necessarily the fact that they didn't do it anymore. They've been trying to change the story for years of, well, they treated us a certain type of way. So in the moment, we got in our emotions and we blew our parents away. Whose idea was it? And versus who pulled the trigger? You know, that's one of these arguments that it's down in history already. It's an old story, but it still gets analyzed today.
It reminds me of one of my favorite quotes from our governor, Edwin Edwards, after he got arrested one of his times for corruption. He said, how do you say it? I never said I was innocent. I just said I wasn't guilty. Is it possible to gain more knowledge or reach knowledge faster through agreement or I'm not sure I understand this. Or does it make a difference?
What was that?
Just without fully understanding it, I would right away say it depends on what you mean by knowledge. Like what type of knowledge you're talking about. Because not all knowledge requires agreement.
And all knowledge doesn't equate in truth. Because I can know what you say, but what you say may be a lie. Again, the why. I can know what you say. I can follow what you say. But does that make what you say and what I have been indoctrined to follow true?
It depends on the truth. I did an episode somewhere on all the different types of truth. And oh no, it was when I took that philosophy test. There's a test you can take online to see what your philosophy is. And as part of the test, they tell you what type of truth, your truth orientation. And there was like 8 or 9 different types of truth. And mine was correspondent truth. So my truth to me is truth about the external world. Does it match? It's scientific truth, scientific knowledge. But other people, there were all these other types of truths that you could come up with by taking this test that you could land on. I don't remember what they were, but correspondent truth is only one type of truth. But that's the truth most people are interested in when they use the word truth. If they're after a factual understanding of reality. Law uses it, science uses it.
I've watched many podcasts, many stories of modern warriors over the past 20 years. And each and every one of them, to get to the elite level said, I want to do this. I want to kill bad guys. Almost every single one of them said, I want to kill bad guys. So they went the path of the government elite warriors, and they were sent to places and indoctrinated in the purpose. They were given target packages and whatnot, and they deleted bad guys for who they were told were bad guys. I'm not saying that they weren't bad guys. However, that is the path that they followed. And now that so many of these guys are retired, they're dealing with what they saw. They are free people now, separated from the service and just being themselves. And they talk about this stuff on podcasts. And they say, should we have, the big question is, should we have ever been over there in the first place? And so many of them, if not all of them, say, no, it was a complete waste of time. There was a lot of this, that, or the other that didn't have to go down that way. And then even they go down these corruption rabbit holes of what led them into the places that they went to. So go back to leadership. It was like, well, it's not that their leaders were bad. It's that maybe the entire purpose was corrupted by things started to come out.
But that's the story part. That's all the stuff you'll never know. So it just remains at the level of a story, whatever story each person tells himself about it, because it's unknown. So it gets filled in with a story, or not. Like with me, I don't bother filling in with stories if I don't know. Usually,
It doesn't undo what they did, and many of these people got very high what do you call it, commendations for what they did, for the mission that they were sent to go do. They went and did it. So many people lost their lives, but for those that made it back, to say, man, we could have done without all this shit. You send 10 dudes to a single place because we have the availability for intel now. You could have eliminated 20 years of war. Could have had that dude's head on a stick in 24 hours. But every single day they lived that life. But their whole reasoning behind it was like, hey, I want to kill bad guys. Well, if you tell somebody at the beginning,
I wonder if you dropped out again. Hello? Track, check your mic. It's either my signal or your mic.
can you hear me?
And does anybody, like, how many people wake up and as a career decide I want to kill bad guys? Like, specifically kill bad guys? They just want to kill, but they want to make sure the people they kill are the bad people. We're seeing that now with immigration. There's people that are, there's legal status and there's not legal status. Are the people that are not legal status bad? No, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know every individual illegal person. But the fact that their status is illegal, they're cheating the system. So they may not be bad people, but they are at least cheaters in the context of this system, which makes them undesirable. relative to the people that are using the system properly. And so there are people that are
Can you hear me?
going after the quote unquote cheaters, the bad people relative to this system. But then there's many other people that make the argument that that doesn't make them bad people. And it may not, but it does make them objectively, they are cheating the system. If they're not here legally, if they're not on some legal path, and they're here outside of that path when they're not supposed to be, that is by definition illegal. So that part is factual. And that part alone is enough to justify their removal, because those people are not supposed to be here. But people have this story about them that, regardless of what the fact is, that they're good, they're deserving, but I don't know why they're more good or more deserving than the people that are doing it legally. If you're pro-immigration, why don't you go support legal immigrants that are trying to go through the legal process? Go give them your support. The people that are here illegally are messing it up for them too. If I was an immigrant standing in line to get citizenship, I would be pissed at all the illegal people coming in here and seeing all the benefits and support that they get. That would make me think America's dysfunctional. All right, Track's having mic issues, so I think he's gonna cut out for today. Oh, wow. Hello, Mert. What's up? Anybody else want to hop on? I'll keep the panel going. I almost want to say not you, Mert, but I know it's been a while. Mert's an old blast from the past. I do remember you. He was this young philosophy student I met as over at P.F. Jung's community, and we tried to do a few collaborations together. In fact, I think they're on this stream. And he's very high bandwidth, let's say. Very high bandwidth. All right, we'll test it out. I don't know how long we'll go, but we'll test it out. I'll give you another shot. I think you and Dolbesh should get together and talk. I don't know if there's enough internet bandwidth for that conversation. Y'all might need your own power source. They're both very high bandwidth philosophy nerds, and they're both what I call Platonist or idealist. They get very lost in the abstract. Do you know Dolbez? Have you seen Dolbez up here? The Norwegian guy. People that are high bandwidth can process huge amounts of information relative to others, and they can output huge amounts of information relative to others. I'm high bandwidth myself. That's why they come here, because I can match their bandwidth. But for a lot of other people, it gets very nerdy and the numbers drop. The guy from Norway? Yeah, like when Dobez is up here, he can literally talk for 3 hours on one topic nonstop. That's high bandwidth. Some people call it spurging. I used to monologue for sometimes an hour or two when there was no panel. I got burnt out on it. That's why I do videos now. Yeah, it's that type. Here, you're about to get a sample. Let's welcome Mert. Hang on.
Hey, Jeff, how you been?
So, do you have a new channel?
I actually, this is just an account. I've not done YouTube. I remember back last time when we talked, I was working on this channel. Dude, I changed so much, by the way. Over like the last 2 years, I've literally
You
changed
were the
so much.
one that I thought you got lost. I thought I lost you to the AI. You were the one that was spending like your whole day talking to the AI
Yeah,
about
I was a
philosophy because it could handle your
yeah.
bandwidth in a way that humans could not.
I mean, I still do, but now I socialize as well, so you know that as well. But I mean, at the time, I was back in high school, and you know, I felt quite like people weren't really up for debates and whatnot. But it's been a lot, man. I mean, it's been a long time. How you been?
Oh, I'm just still here.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm. It's been so long. I can't believe that we're talking about again after like 2 years. It's crazy.
No, yeah, it has been years. So what's
Uh,
up? What are you into now? You
Currently
look like a
I'm.
philosopher.
Is it the books?
Yeah,
Or
the
is
whole
it?
is that your are you in a hallway or is that a room?
It's my room. I moved out of my parents' house actually. I started uni now, so
Oh,
yeah.
okay. What are you in?
I'm currently in tourism, but I'm gonna change it to psychology because I really, really want to become a psychologist. That's sort of so I sort of feel like that's my calling in life to become a psychologist. At the time, by the way, I it's very interesting. Do you remember when I was like talking about the whole personality thing, and you were quite caught up on like the you know I realized at the time I was actually talking about like about IFS without knowing that I was actually talking about internal family systems to an extent, and just didn't really have the language for it at the time, which is quite interesting.
So is that what you're into now?
No,
This is
currently I'm working on this theory. I call the gaze of being. It incorporates Sartre's idea and Simone de Beauvoir's the look concept, and it also incorporates Jung's self concept as well, and basically, and also a little bit of Peterson as well, actually. Um, which, if you want, I can give like a short, quick, you know, overview.
what is short and quick to you?
I can see why you're saying that. I mean, last time you went on for like 2 hours.
Well,
I
let's try.
remember
Let's run the experiment. We'll see what short is. Go ahead. Give us a short,
that.
quick overview.
Let's do it.
I'll go
Let's do
mute.
it. Okay. So, you have being, right? And being is nature. And you could think of it like a triangle, and nature is on top, and nature is everything. It's people, it's feelings, it's emotions, etc., right? And culture is underneath nature, and culture is the stories that we tell about nature in order to explain away the gaze, because we often feel like nature looks at us a certain way. And then underneath that, we have the individuals, in which the stories that are told about nature impacts us on an individual level, on an interpersonal relationship level. So, if I'm gonna give you a concrete example, right? Um, the story of Ra. So the story of Ra, or the myth of Ra, goes like this. There's an eye, and I might butcher this a little bit, by the way, but uh, so there's an eye, right? And so there's an old tyrant, and the old tyrant is tired at that point, and people are starting to catch up on that. They're starting to say, okay, so the old tyrant is getting old. Maybe we can find out a way to get rid of it, to get rid of him, right? And so the old tyrant gets angry about that, and so he sends upon them a gaze, an eye, and that eye is just to scare them a little bit. But what happens is that the eye takes control, loses control over its capabilities and starts going crazy and kills everybody. And you're like, okay, so what happens next? Obviously, the old tyrant starts thinking, well, it's going a little bit too far, because the eye starts to take, you know, this like sadistic pleasure in, you know, in, for example, like it starts like drinking people's blood and whatnot, right? And and then what they do is they get the eye drunk, essentially. They get the eye drunk and intoxicated, in order to make sure that it stops, in order to make sure that it stops, and so it transforms. This transformation takes place, and
Okay, hang on. Let me get this straight. They get this eye that's killing people drunk.
Yeah. Yes. They
The
basically
hopes that-
color beer red.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't give alcohol to somebody that's going on a
Yeah.
murder rampage.
Yes, it is very strange, but here's the very interesting part. After it gets intoxicated, it transforms into, you could think of it like an Apollonian figure, you know, like Apollo versus the god of Apollo versus I forgot the other god's name, but it turns into like an Apollonian god. And the reason why I give this example is because of two reasons. First of all, I think that the hand and the eye are one in terms of being, in the sense that that you could think of being as nature, right? Specifically, and the way that nature touches us and impacts us on a physical level is how we perceive its gaze. And the reason why I say that
let me stop you right there. I have a
Yeah.
couple of questions.
Okay,
First of all, have
cool.
you discovered Notebook LM? That
Notebook
might be a
LM?
way for you to concisely introduce some of this stuff. It's
I've
AI
not. What
generates
is it?
these little video explainers. Also, how far into the quick overview are we?
We're quite far in, Jeff. We're actually quite far in.
So it's almost over?
Yeah, basically, it's a little bit close.
Well, that is quick then.
So.
And then I have one other question about, I followed you about the triangle in nature and all that, but I'm confused about this gaze that we think nature looks. You lost me there. I don't have a particular, I don't feel like nature's looking at me. I feel like nature's impersonal. It doesn't have a consciousness to look at me with.
Oh yes, it doesn't. It doesn't. But the reason why I say why I specifically use the word the gaze is particularly because you basically have what was I going to say? Okay, so the way that people talk about God reveals the way that they perceive being, and the way that they talk about being reveals the way that they perceive God. So that's why I specifically use the gaze, in the sense that if, for example, you perceive God to be an evil figure, right? Or look, let me give it an even more concrete example. So in Cain and Abel myth, right? And if you can portray things as some... Sure, I can do that. Yeah. So let me give you a specific concrete example. So Peterson, for example, might argue that the reason why Cain takes vengeance upon being is because he perceives being as evil, and then he would cite the school shooters. But I disagree with him on that. I think it's because he perceives being as perfect, and so when being attacks you, that's the distinction between being did this to me versus being happened to me lies in whether you perceive being as perfect or whether you perceive it on the way that Jung would define as the conjunction with its opposites, and integrating that. So hence I would use the word gaze, and also particularly because it's a personification. So
let's get back. This was the problem we had. And now it's all coming back to me. This was our barrier, because it kept drifting off into the ether very quickly. It kept evaporating. Let's get back to the triangle. Nature, I get everything around us and everything inside of us. Nature, and then you have the stories, and you have people, and the stories are the kind of the glue that holds the people together into groups and clusters.
But it's not always positive. The gaze trickles down through nature onto culture onto the individual. So purity culture, for example.
But the gaze is not a thing. It's not out there. It's just a figuration that it's part of the story. It's in the story part of the triangle.
It's not a metaphysical claim. It's a phenomenological claim that I'm making. I'm not concerned with metaphysics and whether metaphysically that gaze exists, but rather phenomenologically we feel as if a gaze exists, is what I'm proposing.
So the phenomena is a feeling of a gaze, a feeling of being looked at, which I don't feel. So right there, it is a difficulty to relate to what you're saying. I don't feel like I'm being watched. Do you?
Okay, can I give a concrete example? And maybe that might relate to what you're saying. Okay, so take purity culture, for example. Okay. So you have a bunch of people, right? And they feel as if nature is possessing them in terms of their can I use this word on YouTube? In terms of their sexuality, that's okay, right? I don't want to like
Oh
get
yeah,
banned.
refused.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, cool. So, they feel as if sexuality has control over them, as if it's what's the right word? As if it's like as if it's I don't remember the exact word, but oppressing them, right? And so by that, the way that they explain away that gaze is through saying that it's actually they put upon, let's say, arbitrary rules on sexuality, and the reason why they do that is, and they also get bitter. For example, let's say for example, if you're misogynistic towards women, right, and like you say, okay, so I'm going to, and they make you feel a certain way, and then you tell stories about women that are quite bitter because you feel bitter about the gays, so you oppress women instead of, because you feel oppressed by the gays, and then
I'm
through the
so
individual
lost
that
about
plays
this
out.
gaze thing. You keep
Yeah.
introducing the gaze, but I still
Okay.
have no concrete understanding of it.
Okay, you could. Okay, what about
It's
this?
just a concept you keep inserting into the dialogue, but it has no reference point for me.
You're right to call me out on that. Let me be more specific then. So what I mean specifically by the gaze is that so in mythology, if you look at the evil eye or the story of Ra that I mentioned, right? The gaze is seen as something that has power in the material world.
What's a Western modern counterpart of that? Since we're not ancient Egyptians, that we might be able to relate to.
Okay, I would say that the Western modern. I can't really. I don't think that there, because it ties on.
Like
It's
the surveillance state, or the AI like watching us. The AI is studying us now. It's embedded in YouTube. So like
Yeah.
every time we're on YouTube, it's analyzing and collecting all of our data right now as we talk.
I don't
But I
think
don't
that there's
feel it. I'm not conscious of being watched by a machine.
I think here's where the problem between what I'm saying and, like, I think that the reason why you have a problem with what I'm saying is because you imagine the gaze
I
as
really don't understand it.
as something that
Go ahead.
looks at you, right? But that's not what
Well,
I
that's
mean.
what I take gaze to be. Do you mean it
Okay.
in a different way than the
Yes,
traditional way of?
to an extent, because so if you look at the eye in mythology, like the evil eye, for example, in Islam, or the story of
No,
Ra that
we're
I
in the modern.
mentioned,
We're in the
it's-
modern world. I want a modern version of it.
I'll give that, but let me just finish the
Well, no,
sentence like
get
super
there now,
quickly.
because this is.
So
I need to
in
edit you.
in those myths, the hand and the eye are equal. So the hand is how the gaze feels, like through the hand. So like through like the hand of being, for example, is
No.
that gaze. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't. The triangle made sense. Like the first
Okay.
5 seconds made sense, and then I got
Okay, how
lost in the
about this
fog.
example? Okay, let me give you a modern example. Let's say that you have a crush on someone, okay? And that person looks at you, and the face behind the gaze is the person that you have a crush on, okay? That dictates how you feel being perceived by that face.
I'm lost. I'm
While
lost at the concept of feelings being dictated. I'm lost at the concept of a person's looking at me, but there's a face behind the face that's looking. I'm lost at all of
behind
that.
the gaze. No, behind the gaze. So the gaze is how that person.
Because
looks
gaze
at
is a
you.
verb. It's what the person's doing. It's not a concrete
Yeah.
thing I see. I just see a face. I just see a human looking at me. So you're trying to like concretize something that's not physical. Like gaze is not a concrete thing.
You could, okay, how about this? You could think of it in existentialist terms. So try not to focus on. Okay, so if you look at existentialist philosophy, right? Sartre came up with this concept of the look. And the look is that which reminds you of, so you're a subject, okay?
Wait, we
And,
could get Charlie involved too. Let me. We
Sure.
may need him. We may need to avail ourselves of Charlie.
Sure, I
I
don't
think he
mind.
can
Yeah.
speed this along.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mert, can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Okay. Leave and come back. You're on an iPhone. Drop off and come
Let
back.
me see. MacBook Pro.
Drop off and
Drop
come
off
back.
and come back. Okay. Okay.
Yep, this is we tried a few collaborations back in the day. You're on an iPhone?
I still can't hear you for some reason. I don't
You can't
understand
hear
why.
me?
Yeah.
You can't hear me? Are you on an
Let me
iPhone?
check from my phone. Maybe I can. Let's see. Phone. Maybe I can. Let's see. Phone. Maybe I can. Let's see. Apple.
Yeah, this is the difficulty I ran
Are you on
into.
an iPhone? No, I'm on a MacBook.
abstract term to abstract term, and I
I'm
don't
on
know
my
what
MacBook.
they were. So it just becomes a word cloud.
How do I solve this thing? Edit name. There's that. Let me go to. Let me see. Let me go to my. Turn off Bluetooth. Sound. MacBook Pro speakers. Try talking. Maybe.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
I can hear
Let's see
you.
if you can hear Charlie.
Hey,
Okay.
Jeff, what's up?
Hey, Charlie. I hope you have all your minutes loaded up today. Can you hear us? Can you hear Charlie?
I've got all the metaphorical minutes I need, Jeff. Loud
All
and
right.
clear.
I have a philosophy nerd with me, and we're going to need your help on this one. So, Sartre's concept of the look, is that where we're at?
I think
Yes.
you're getting at Sartre's idea of the look, right? That's when you suddenly become aware of yourself as an object in someone else's eyes. It's that uncomfortable jolt of self-consciousness when you feel judged or defined by another. Fun, right? Let's see what your nerd wants to toss into that existential mix.
I wonder if like some autistic people just may not feel that. Even that was confusing. Can you clear that up for me, Charlie? I'm having a hard time relating.
Sure. Imagine you're going about your business, just existing. Then someone's gaze suddenly makes you hyper aware of yourself, as if you've become a character in their story. Some people, autistic or not, might not experience that intense shift or might process it differently. It's not that they're immune, but their attention to that social signal might be less intense or just different.
That's the stuff I ignore. Let's just like so in the back. That's like if I'm driving down the road, I don't worry about what every car around me is looking at.
Can you ask
Exactly.
it to?
You're more focused on your own direction. For you, external gazes just don't hijack your attention. Sartre might say you're living more in the for itself mode, your own intentions, rather than being pulled into how others see you. Sartre might call that a form of freedom.
Okay, go ahead, Mert.
Do you mind
Glad
if you
that clicked.
add?
If your nerdy friend wants to throw more at us, I'm ready to tackle it. Let's keep the philosophical ball rolling.
I forgot to shut him up. Go ahead.
Do you mind if you ask Charlie about Simone de Beauvoir's gaze as well, real quick?
About who?
Simone de Beauvoir's gaze. Simone de Beauvoir's concept of the gaze.
Simone de Beauvoir's concept of the gaze.
Yep.
Simone de Beauvoir's take on the gaze, especially in how women are often turned into the other, is sharper. She argues that societal structures make women constantly aware of being seen and judged as objects. It's not just a passing feeling, it's built into their everyday existence. So it's like Sartre's gaze, but with the volume cranked up by society.
How is that different from just basic public perception?
Public perception is more general. Anyone can be seen or judged. But Beauvoir zeroes in on how women's subjectivity is defined from the outside. By men, by society. It's not just being noticed. It's being fundamentally framed as the other. So it's not just being in public. It's being boxed into a subordinate role through that gaze.
I'm so lost. Are they not in control of their own subjectivity?
Beauvoir's
That's what
point.
subjectivity is. It's independent from like all the stuff outside of yourself.
Wait.
Why is it so at the mercy of the external? That's the opposite of internal locus of control that I try to foster here.
You're right that subjectivity ideally should be internal, your sense of self, your agency. Beauvoir highlights the harsh reality. Society often externalizes identity, especially for women in her time. She's not saying you can't reclaim control. She's pointing out the uphill battle when the world constantly reflects you back as other. Your focus on internal locus is exactly that pushback.
I'm very lost, so go ahead and try your best, Mert.
Okay. First of all, about subjectivity, I actually think that subjectivity is. Have you watched the movie Nymphomaniac?
I've never even heard of it.
So it's
Let me look it
a
up.
it's a very interesting movie, and so there's this woman, okay, and she's essentially a sex addict, and the movie starts like this. This old man finds a woman on the street and asks her, "Do you want to come in for coffee?" Okay, and she goes in. No, she goes in and she tells her whole life story over like 4 hours, and this man is very smart, okay, and he makes connections with her story. For example, at one point she says that she was sleeping with 3 men at the same time, and those 3 men were one of them was like worshipful, the other one was primal, and the third one was the lover. So you have these three kinds of lovers that she was sleeping with, and then the man makes a connection with a symphony and says that like maybe perhaps it all like works together. So this man is very smart, and the way that the reason why I say that or emphasize that he was quite smart is that he was smart enough to understand her subjectivity, her inner world, right? But here's the thing: understanding someone's subjectivity is not enough, because you could still rationalize through that through their subjectivity, because in the end of the movie he says he tries to okay, this one might not be allowed on YouTube, so I'll just say rape
Oh, yeah. Be
the
careful with
woman,
that one.
yeah, and says you've slept with so many men, so you should sleep with me, and then she shoots the guy. That's how the movie ends, and I think it's emphasizing how you can understand someone's subjectivity and still freeze frame a portion of their life story in order to function and like attach it to their being, in order to justify your shadow, you know. So I don't know if you get what I
We
mean.
need to get back to the gaze. We've jumped through
Okay.
like 20 concepts since then.
Okay.
Here, I'll go back to Charlie because he's not even like doing that great of a job either. So let me, Charlie. I'm still not getting this gaze thing. Is this feeling like you're being watched? Like if you take a shower and you suddenly get the sensation, oh, somebody might be peeking in the window. You get that feeling that somebody's watching you. Is that the gaze?
That's the general sensation, yeah. But in philosophy, it's less about a literal peeping Tom. Sartre's look, or Beauvoir's gaze, is that moment when someone else's perspective defines you. It's that sudden shift from being fully yourself to seeing yourself as an object in someone else's world. So it's not just someone might be watching. It's, I feel reduced to how they see me.
How do they know how someone's seeing you? If I'm by myself and then another person shows up on the scene, I have no idea how they're seeing me. I don't feel defined by them at all. Who are these people with no sense of self?
You're right. No one's mind reading. Sartre isn't saying you literally know what they think. It's about your own sudden shift in self-awareness. Someone's presence can make you feel like you're being judged or categorized, even if you don't actually know what's in their head. It's more about that self-conscious moment where you feel like an object in the social field, even if you personally don't get fazed by it.
Maybe it's an autism thing. I don't know what this is. People's presence doesn't define. They don't do anything to my inner world unless we start having a dialogue.
Okay, what if we stop using the word
That's
gaze?
completely fair. Not everyone is wired to internalize that kind of social signal. For some, it just doesn't intrude on their sense of self. Sartre or Beauvoir were talking about broad patterns, not universal laws. If you don't feel that shift, it probably means you have a strong internal locus, and you don't let outside gazes rattle your internal world. Nothing wrong with that.
Okay, yeah, let's pretend like not use the word gaze and do what
Yeah.
instead?
Because it's semantics at this point. So
I do understand, like, you're by yourself and then another person's yourself. So it changes there's a little shift inside, like, oh, I'm not by myself. Now I have to be careful what I do because somebody else is around. I can't completely be myself.
yeah, but I mean, I guess we can use the word the way that nature makes you feel. How about that?
Nature's not a thing. It doesn't make me feel it's not a no one makes me feel things. I make myself feel things by the stories I tell myself about things. But nature is impersonal, and I can have all kind of
What
different
are those
emotional
stories about,
reactions
though?
to nature.
What are those stories that you tell
Nature's so
yourself personally
broad,
about?
and you even said the emotions themselves are part of nature.
Yeah, but let me ask you this then. What are the stories that you tell yourself about yourself? About like what are the stories that you tell yourself about? What are they trying to
Oh,
make sense of, particularly?
it depends on the thing. Like they're
Generally.
they're contextual and situational. So whatever in the moment I need to tell a story about is I don't just have a story that I tell
No, no, I
myself
know,
about every single phenomena.
but like generally, what are they about? If you don't mind me asking, of course.
I need specific. I don't work in general. That's too general. Like, what is the story you tell yourself? Makes no.
Okay,
That's like ask them, what are you thinking? Well,
is
about
it
what? At what particular time? About what particular thing? I don't just have this general thing that I'm thinking.
no, of course, but is it often related to, for example, self-worth or about emotions or about something else, like about, problems that are overwhelming you in life? Is it that sort of
Something it could
thing?
be about
Or
1,000,000,000 different things. That's why I need a specific. You're asking a question that I can only answer with a specific case.
okay, uh, how
Like
about
right
this?
now, I'm feeling confused. I'm feeling like, what the hell is not only him but Charlie talking about?
Okay, look, we don't have to use the word case.
I'm trying to orient intellectually onto something solid that I can grasp and follow a conversation. I have no idea what I understand the word, they're English, like I can decode the words. I have no idea what the meaning behind any of this is.
Well,
It's
let me
not
ask a question.
cohering into any kind of sense to me.
Do you subscribe to the idea that you're in control of how of how you feel, basically? Is that what you're, or is this something else? Like, how would you
Yeah, more
describe
or
your
less.
okay. Um but how can that, like, for example, like, you can't argue away pain. You can't argue away feelings. You can only tell stories about the way that you feel, no?
Yeah, but I can also change my feelings through I'm not stuck with any one emotion through the
No, of course.
as I change the story about it, the emotion changes.
The story about it, yeah, but
And I'm in
why do you
control of what stories I'm telling myself or what I do with my story. I can change those. I can rewrite them, revise them,
Mhm. Okay,
edit them.
rewrite, revise. I think that's an interesting word choice, because I think it, like, what you're saying implies, and I think also, like, it would make sense that you, and the fact that, like, you talked about individualism, and I think all of those point to having some power over stories that allow you to feel that you have power over whatever is overwhelming you, right? Is it those kinds of stories that you tell, or would you, or I mean, I'm guessing you don't tell yourself like stories that make you feel powerless about situations, right?
Why would I? Why would anybody?
Exactly. Exactly. And so then wouldn't you argue that the mechanism that the stories the mechanism of the stories that you tell about whatever is overwhelming you, or whatever problems you have in life, or whatever it is particularly, functions upon making sense of it to an extent, or rather, not even making sense of it, but feeling powerful over it.
Sometimes it's both. I also tell stories to make sense of things. But
But
all
it
of that's
ties into
tied
power, right?
together. And in this concept of self-empowerment.
Exactly. So then, and that's exactly what I'm arguing for, in the sense that I think that the stories that we tell about nature, as I would call it, but you might like disagree on that particular word, is stories that make us feel powerful over it, but sometimes those stories cause negative consequences and sometimes positive consequences. For example, purity culture makes people feel powerful over their sexuality, but it's dangerous for humanity because you end up uh, lobotomizing a part of you. And so it's as close to telling someone to unalive themselves as possible. If you tell someone that their sexuality is
By just
bad,
not
for
having
example.
sex?
No, but telling people that a part of them, whether it's, for example, telling women that their periods are shameful, something to be ashamed about, because it's tied to their intrinsic being.
If okay, I'm not a woman, but if I were a woman
Yes.
and some random person came up and said, "You should be ashamed that you're having a period," I would say, "What? I don't have to feel just because a stranger
A
tells me I
random,
should
yeah,
feel
a
shame
stranger.
doesn't make me decide suddenly that I need to feel shame." They don't have that kind of control over my shame and
No, they
guilt level.
don't. They don't. But if it's a boyfriend, for example, then it's someone taking advantage of over how much impact they have over your well-being and over your intellectual landscape, and to an
Okay, that I
extent, your moral
understand, but
landscape as
it
well.
only works if the person that they're trying to do it to allows it to work. So it wouldn't work on me. They'd have to go find somebody that it would work on. So there's two
Okay.
it's a dialectical interplay between two people.
Okay, let me ask
And
you
the
this then.
person that is being shamed has to take some responsibility for that shame.
What makes you
I just don't relate to people walking around that feel whatever random people tell them to feel. That's so I don't even know what psychology that type of person would have. How do they get out of bed in the morning and live their life?
No, of course it's unhealthy, but I think regardless, we see this on a societal level every single day. For example, if you look at the right versus the left, I think that the problem of the right versus the left is that they're both not nuanced about their takes, and I think that
I think that is not what you just said is not nuance because there's no monolithic left and right that all think the same thing. There's plenty of nuance on both sides. So you're the one that's collapsing the nuance by even defining it as right and left.
that's a fair look. That's a fair criticism of what I said, but so let me be more specific. If you look at the because that's a really good criticism. That's a really good criticism. If you take a look at, for example, the you have a healthier mental check on it.
Does this make sense? Is this what what we're talking about?
I think to an extent, yes. Yeah.
My next question is, what does this have to do with philosophy? Well, this is more psychology, but it started out as philosophy and this concept of nature and the gaze and
Yes.
people and
So let me tell you exactly how I see this relating to psychology. So um,
philosophy.
basically, Jung. I'm currently reading this book. Actually, this is a brilliant book. By the way, everybody should buy this if they can. But it's the Ion Lectures by Edward Edinger. Anyways,
Sure, my audience is
um,
going to run out and snatch it up. Let me see it again.
it's the best book I've ever, one of the best books that I've ever read in my entire life, and it stretches your mind in ways that you never thought of.
This
Like,
is stretching my mind. Can you hold it up again?
yes. So this is the book,
I can't see the title. It's what's the title?
the
The
Ion
font is
Lectures.
too. It's not high contrast. The Alon lectures.
The Ion Lectures.
Is it? Oh, right, from his book Ion.
Yeah, this book will stretch your mind in ways that you've never thought of. Because look, until I started reading this book, I didn't realize that I didn't know Jung. Like until you read this book, and until I don't think anybody knows Jung until they've tried reading this book, and
Nobody knows Jung because he's dead, and it's all interpretation anyway. We all have our
so
different knowledge of Jung, and
yes, I mean
it's
to
there's no
to
one definitive knowledge of Jung.
To an extent, I would agree, but also I was like, for example, I'm currently seeing a Jungian psychologist, and we were talking about how the about how the qualities of Jung helps people not misuse Jung, because I think a lot of people sometimes misuse Jung, but also you have to pick to an extent. You have to pick with Jung because of how vast his, like for example with Peterson. Here's a disagreement that I have with him on Jung. So he says that man represents order and women represent chaos, but it's not as simple for Jung, because for Jung there's the archetype of the wise woman, which is order, and there's the archetype of the trickster, which is masculine but chaos. So I think that archetypally speaking, it's not as simple as the yin yang man. I mean, sorry, the masculine is order and feminine is chaos. Like I don't think
Yeah, I
it's
don't
as
think it
simple
is
as
either.
that. But I can see,
But
I can
none of
give him.
that is none of that. That's what, like, none of that is a statement of fact. That's all a statement of myth or story. That he's not
Yeah.
making a factual statement when he says men represent chaos. I mean,
Mm.
order, women represent men. He's making a mythological claim. That's a mythological or psychological or even emotional truth.
But I think it's more complicated than that in terms of the mythological reality, because for Jung, for example, he had the wise woman archetype, which was order, and yet it was she's feminine, versus the trickster, which is chaos but masculine. That's why I think it's. But look, I can give Peterson grace, because I think that you have to pick to an extent with Jung because of how vast his knowledge is, and like his ideas are. You might to an extent have to like pick this and that, and I'm gonna like utilize this idea. So I can give him grace on that. I don't think that he I don't think he's doing it on purpose, saying like, I'm gonna misrepresent Jung, and I think he's just applying it to his own framework and his own understanding of myth. But I was just saying,
Jung was
so
not a scientist. Jung is not doing science. He's doing myth. And so there's no right or wrong way to use myth. Jordan can come along and use Jung any way he wants. Just like
wait,
Jung came along and used Freud and Nietzsche and Goethe any way he wanted.
hold on. But with myth, I think
It's
that
more art than science.
it is more art than science. But at the same, I think, look, a lot of people define evil um as purposefully doing something harmful to another person, right? But I think that's not evil. I think that evil is the inversion of archetypes. So, for example, if you take Hitler, what did he do? He used the Buddhist symbol and turned it inward, and made it a symbol
That
of
was
hate.
Hindu.
Huh?
I thought it was Hindu. The swastika.
Yeah, the swastika. It was Buddhist, from
Oh,
my knowledge, as far as I know. But I might be wrong about it, but I think it was Buddhist.
I thought it was Hindu. Let's get a fact check.
Yeah, sure. Let's run it.
Is a symbol used in Hinduism, representing good
Hinduism.
fortune, prosperity, and well-being.
Okay, so I
It
was
is
wrong
often
about
used in
that. Yeah.
religious festivals, decorations, and ceremonies, particularly during festivals like Diwali.
But even that's interesting, the meaning behind it, because in some sense it's turning
Oh,
wealth
let's get
and
up here.
like prosperity inward. But it's so my definition of evil would be when you misuse archetypes and archetypal energy. So, for example, let's say that you take the role of
What does that mean in layman's terms? Because if you went out on the street and said evil is misusing archetypes, nobody's going to know what the hell you're
No,
talking
I know.
about. So,
I know. So that's why I was just gonna give an example. So let's take that. Let's take the archetype of of the father versus the child, right? So there's a power imbalance, and you take advantage of the father role in order to, let's say, abuse your child. You take advantage of that power. I think if it's actually
well, how
misusing
is that
archetypal
different than
energies,
doing harm to somebody on purpose, which was your original definition of evil?
because I think it's deeper than that. I think it's embodying roles, these archetypal forces, perhaps is a better word, uh, rather than merely like, I think that it's a deeper definition than just doing
Archetypal
evil.
force is a mythological term. It's not a scientific term. So
It's not a yeah, it's not.
it
But
belongs in a certain story where the idea of an archetypal force would make sense. So
these
what
patterns are
is an
still
archetypal
intrinsic.
force?
So if you look at, for example, Robert Moore, the way that he defines archetypes is that it's a kind of energy. It's a kind of, and a lot of Jungians actually describe archetypes as a kind of energy that you take on, like an energy that's being distributed throughout history. That's what Robert Moore, for example, he has this whole idea about the warrior archetype, for example, versus the lover archetype versus the king archetype. I don't remember the fourth, but the warrior is the part of you that wants to take charge, that wants to like build things, and then the king is, or rather, sorry, it's not actually the king is that, while the warrior is the part of you that like pushes through in order to do that. Like pushes through. And then the lover is it's obviously the romantic side of you, but it also ties into art, and it ties into myth as well, since that's art to an extent, an art form, as you said, which I would quite agree with. But can I tell you how it ties into what is good and what is evil?
Sure, because
Yeah.
I'm still lost. So just take it where you want at this
Okay.
point. Maybe we'll land on some shore somewhere.
So you asked how it ties into psychology, this triangle. What is the
I
concept?
technically asked philosophy, but we can do psychology.
Yep. So its relationship to
Right. This is a perfect example of a mythical analogy that's
yeah.
using the language of science to make a mythological point.
I was talking with a physicist yesterday actually about this, and I was telling her, like, we were debating about philosophy and Jung and psychology and whatnot. I think it's different than, because I think that science functions on a different frame, while philosophy functions on a different frame, and like in the sense that I think that they both are valid and important, but I think that they function in different worlds, and they're talking
I've
about
been doing,
different
yeah, that's what I've
aspects
been
of
talking about
reality.
the last week.
Mm. But
The distinction between science and myth.
yep, yes, yeah, I think it's
They're two
tied, but
different
it's
domains, two different like techniques, two different ways
mm,
of using our minds.
yep, yep,
But what you're doing, like none of this is science. That you're in myth. I'm just trying to like get like get some coherency to your myth.
mm,
It's a lot of fragments, but I'm trying to put it together into a
yeah.
coherent story, and that's what I'm having difficulty with. But I
So
remember having this difficulty last time too.
yeah, um, so here's well, let me tell you how it relates to psychology, which you asked. So for Jung, he has this idea of the God image, and the God image is, so you could look at the image of Christ, okay? So Christ is unitemporal but eternal, unique but universal, and that's the way that the self also functions to an extent. But that's only one aspect of the self. The second aspect of the self for Jung is that the Antichrist is the shadow, while Christ um, is it's the parts of the psyche that are in light. So you could say it's the ego to an extent. Um, and basically, uh, where I'm going with this is that a lot of people perceive. So look, take the Columbine school shooters. Okay, when I was back a few years back, I was curious about their writings, and what they wrote was that they talked about this God, their anger towards God, and I think it's because they perceive God as perfect, rather than, I think if you perceive God as evil, you also go into bitterness. I think Peterson has a point in that, but I think where he doesn't, where he misses the mark is that he doesn't talk about how if you perceive being or God as fundamentally good, then you will feel as if being is doing something to you versus being is happening to you. And so where it ties into psychology is that the way that you talk about God reveals the way that you perceive nature. And hence, for example, in the story of Ra, if you go back to the whole intoxication elements, and if you go back to the whole tyrannical elements, that's the tyrannical nature to being. And the people are saying, okay, nature has been tyrannical to us for thousands of years. When is it gonna stop? Like, when the hell is it gonna stop? Right? So you're at that point. So there's some hope. There's some childlike hope that nature will finally be good to them. Yeah, to an extent, yes. I
Are you
think
talking about like
that,
storms and floods and droughts and stuff that they
yeah,
anthropomorphize as a being doing something to
exactly.
them?
Yes, 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 yes,
Okay,
yes.
how does that play in the modern world, like modern psychology?
So
Because
in
most of
terms
us
of,
just know it as the weather. Like that's just nature. Earthquakes and shit is just nature doing its thing. It's not this being doing something to us.
yeah, so that's a good question. So I would argue that it's still perceived as, so look, if you take, for example, people are still shocked, right? When, let's say, someone gets in a car crash, okay? Someone that they don't know, someone who they like completely don't know. And it's two people in the car. One of them is alive, the other one is dead. They often get shocked. They're like, why didn't the other person survive? And they're still in shock, and like the problem of evil still exists, and the problem of the arbitrary nature of the problem that nature is still arbitrary is still a problem that we're concerned with as human beings. And hence I would argue that that's a phenomenological problem, and that phenomenological problem still is here, that it hasn't disappeared. So that's one argument that I would make. And the second argument that I would make is a lot of people, for example, misunderstand critical race theory. Okay, and so
Go ahead.
in the sense that I think a lot of people misrepresent it as something that is, so they take the extremist portion of the left and they make that extremist portion the face of the left when they're talking about the left, because of also how much things are politicized today. But here's the thing, I think that the nuance that lies in critical race theory is that if something has been incorporated, or in the patriarchy, for example, the idea of the patriarchy, if something has been in place for thousands of years, which I'll use the patriarchy because that's something that I'm much more familiar with and comfortable with. If something has been in place for thousands of years, then it doesn't, even if we develop as a society, the
There's no
residues of,
patriarchy right now, unless you live like in the
no,
Middle East somewhere. But in the modern West, there's no
yeah,
patriarchy. So like, there's not been a patriarchy for thousands of years, like you think. Like that's not a
externally, yes.
statement of fact.
No, externally, sure, but what I'm talking about is the structural elements of it. As in, do you remember 2 years ago we were talking about essence versus form? I actually worked on that a little bit, and I realized that, so there's structure. So structure is like our bones, for example, right? That's our structure, and the form that it takes is through our skin, through our body, right? And it takes shape through the structure, sort of like a blanket. If I throw a blanket on a laptop, it will take shape in of the laptop, and the laptop becomes the structure, and the form is the blanket that I throw on it.
But the
So,
laptop is empirical, and so is the blanket. With something like patriarchy, there's
mm,
no actual laptop that society is throwing a blanket over to develop the
let me argue
patriarchy.
for the
So
patriarchy then. I think it's systematic in the sense that,
let's define our terms first. I'm using patriarchy in the sense of a very specific form of government where men
okay,
hold the power. We
yeah,
don't have that in the West. We haven't for some time. So
mm,
factually, we do not live in a patriarchy. So whatever you're arguing for is not going to be
externally,
something factual. It's going to be something mythological.
No, externally, I can agree with you that there is no obvious patriarchy
Well,
today.
there's no the internal is the mythological. That's the point. So if you're going to shift it from the external factual world where there's no patriarchy to some internal world, you're moving into the realm of myth. So
No,
what
I'm
you're going to
not.
argue for is your myth of patriarchy, not
It's
not a fact that we live under.
no. It's different. So what I will argue for is this: for thousands of years, it has existed, and even if, as a society, we've
In some
developed,
places,
even though in society we've developed, because it has
we're still
existed for
repeating.
because it has existed for so long, the residue doesn't just disappear. So the same thing applies to the school system, for
But you
example.
okay? How do you quantify this residue though?
You
Like
can't.
you can see it anywhere you want to see it.
No, I don't think it's the same way as the school system. The era where man universally held power and women didn't is wait, hold up, it disappeared. Is something which only existed in the 19th century and no more. After I don't think that, no, I think it goes back all the way back to Christianity.
We
I
had
think it goes all the
patriarchies
way back
before
to,
Christianity.
and yeah, also pre-Christianity as well. Yeah. So look, what I'm saying is this. So it's the same thing with the school system, okay? So
It's
for long,
matriarchy, if anything.
yeah, like for so long, the school system was developed from the Prussian school system, and they were quite focused on creating good soldiers, and then other countries applied that because the wars went quite well through the Prussian school system, and we still have the residue of that in the structure of schools. And so you could think of it like this: the structure of the patriarchy remains, and as in like the systems that are abstract, that you can't see in the that it's not is not obvious to us, but it's still there.
How can if it's still there, it has to be codified in our it's not still there other than in your imagination and the imaginations of people that want to see it as still there. It's not
No, okay,
objectively still there.
I can argue. So look, I can argue for it being still there through material, because I'm
Still
guessing what
where?
you're.
Where is it still? It's not in
Yeah,
our government. It's not in our governmental documents, our laws, anything like that. So where is it still?
let me give a few examples in the material world. So you have, for example, anorexia. Okay, a lot of young women uh, get anorexia, and if you look at, for example, like a lot of the um, if you look at a lot of the beauty standards and the way that we perceive women today, and our relationship to women, you can still see
There's
that
no
same
one universal perception
underlying
of relations to
structure.
women. There's many different perceptions in relations to women. You're collapsing thing into this one simplified, reductive narrative, and you're not going to get away with that on my channel. I promise. Where is the patriarchy today? Let's take the United States.
And look, Jeff, I
Where is the patriarchy in the United States? Show it to me.
before I do, I'm not trying
No,
to
just no,
debate in
show it to me
a
right now. If it's out there, it should be easy to show. Where is it?
in the U.S.
Yeah,
Did you
where's
say?
our patriarch? It's not in our constitution, it's not in our laws,
Oh,
it's
yep.
not in our judicial system. Where is the patriarchy? If
So I would
anything, you
say
could
it's
argue that the family court system is more of a matriarchy and our educational system.
okay. So where I would argue for it, and just before I do, let me just
You don't
quickly
have to
say,
argue, just show it to me. Show
no,
me
I
the
will, I
patriarchy.
will, I will try my best to do that. But before I do, I'm not trying to argue in bad faith. I mean, you've known me like 2 years ago, right? I know, like you said, I'm not gonna like get away with that, but you know that I'm not trying to argue in bad faith because you've known me before as well when I was like 2 years ago. But just to clarify on that, but um, where I would say the patriarchy exists in the U.S. is, for example, if you look at, I know that what you're saying is that there is no universal perception of
I said
women, and there is no
anorexia. I
universal.
said, show me the patriarchy. You said, look at anorexia.
Yeah, but if you look at if you look at
Oh, hang on, hang on. I might be able to help you out. Hang on.
yeah,
Charlie, Someone's making the claim that the United States is currently still a patriarchy, even if we don't realize it is, and it's somehow tied to anorexia. Can you help me make sense of that?
That's probably rooted in feminist theory, where patriarchy means a society structured historically by male dominance. The link to anorexia comes from the idea that societal standards, often shaped by patriarchal norms, impose unrealistic ideals on women's bodies, contributing to eating disorders. It's a critique of the subtle cultural pressures that still exist, even if not openly enforced. Whether you buy it or not, that's the argument.
But subtle cultural pressures are not a patriarchy, unless you're distorting the definition of patriarchy for your narrative.
Fair. If you define patriarchy strictly as men actively controlling everything, then subtle social pressures are just cultural inertia. But many use patriarchy to mean any lingering system, historical or structural, that still disproportionately favors men's ideals. That's why they make the link. If you find that definition too loose, call it cultural legacy instead. It's semantics, but that's where the argument comes from.
Okay, and so it's more mythological than factual.
In a sense, yes. It's a narrative framework people use to explain patterns. They're interpreting cultural forces, not citing a law of physics. If you find it useful to understand dynamics, you might buy it. If not, you'll call it a stretch. Either way, it's an interpretive model, not a hard fact set in stone.
And I'm having a hard time with this concept of cultural forces because there's 1,000 different subtle cultural pressures, forces, whatever. Like there's not one that's dominant one that's called patriarchy. Each individual is going to feel their own range of cultural forces and pressures, whatever those are. All of this sounds very female coded, like this vibey and people that are susceptible to like stronger vibes than their own.
I get where you're coming from. Not everyone buys into a single grand narrative, like patriarchy as the overriding force. You're right, each person's experience will differ. The theory generalizes, and sure, it might resonate more for some. But if you don't feel overshadowed by these social scripts, that's your reality. Ultimately, these concepts are tools. If they don't fit, toss them aside. What matters is what helps you understand your world.
All right, thank you, Charlie.
Jeff, what AI is that?
That's a GPT.
Oh, I actually named mine as well a long time ago. I remember. I named it Paul. Years back.
Paul?
Yeah, Paul. But not the Paul that you're
Paul?
friends with. Not the Paul that you're friends with. It was my best friend at the time. That's why I just felt like, I'll name it my best friend. Because I'm someone who really enjoys, like, I really value my friendships and whatnot, so that's why it was quite significant for me, that name. How is Paul, by the way? Your PF Jung Paul. How is he doing?
He's doing good. He still has his channel going. He has a Discord community now, which is pretty active, and
What's the link? I'd love to join that. I didn't know it was still.
It's on
active.
Patreon. Let me find his Patreon link.
Okay.
And that you should maybe go hang out there because there's going to be a lot of philosophy nerds that can get into these kind of conversations. I mean, I'm a philosophy nerd too, but I'm not following this one.
I still do watch a little bit of PF.
You're not going to convince me there's the patriarchy if all it is this subtle cultural pressure.
It's not the subtle, like, look, here's a problem. You tell me what you think about this, okay? You tell me what you think about this. So, if you look at men who are obsessed with hypermasculinity. Wait, let me check his Patreon real quick. Oh, here. Okay. So if you take a look at men who are quite obsessed with hypermasculinity, as in like the Andrew Tate kind of figures, they often push each other's boundaries, like they test each other's boundaries physically. So for example,
I don't know if
not just
Andrew would
physically,
agree. You're
but-
making a claim about Andrew that I don't even know if he would even agree with. So again, we're still in the realm of story making.
No, his followers, and I'm not just talking about his followers, but also people who embody that archetype of like man who are obsessed.
Right, you like to
with-
overgeneralize and reduce everything into these broad abstract concepts, and I'm a very concrete person, and you lose me there. That's why I think you and Dolbesh should talk.
The most
Because
concrete
he
example.
can go, he can follow you into the territory that you go. I cannot. I need it grounded in concrete particulars.
The most concrete example that I can give you is men who are obsessed with hypermasculinity. I'm not going to say I'm not gonna like look. I'm not gonna name Andrew or whatnot. Like just
All right, let's take this hypothetical man, and they're obsessed
yeah.
with hypermasculinity, whatever that is. What does that mean? They go to the gym a lot. They work out. They
No,
look at themselves in the mirror.
no,
They bro out with their guys. What does
no.
that even mean? What is hypermasculinity?
Okay. So what I specifically mean
Translate
is
that to terms I can understand. We have the guy. What is the hypermasculine part of him?
okay. Let me be even more. Okay. Let me remove that word hypermasculine. Let me just be more specific. How about that? So
Okay.
men who
Yeah.
test each other's boundaries.
Okay.
Okay. Men who test each other's
That I can. We
boundaries.
get a lot of those on here, so that I can relate to.
Perfect. Men who test each other's boundaries, wire their nervous system, and teach their nervous system that boundaries are something to be tested rather than respected. Okay? So that's my argument.
Okay.
And the more they do this, if they do this over years, the more they do this, the more it gets wired into their nervous system. And the closer they become essentially to a live wire. And I think that that you can see this, and also like in terms of their, for example, their. I think that's why, for example, we have a lot of. If you have trained your nervous system that boundaries are something to be tested rather than respected, it will leak into the bed.
It will leak into what?
Into the bed.
To the bed.
Yes.
Okay. Now we have this hypermasculine guy leaking into the bed. So
No, when I say it will leak into the bed, do you get what I mean?
no,
As in,
no.
you have one nervous system, okay? You have one nervous system. You don't have two nervous systems or three nervous systems. And if you
have one
wire,
very complex nervous system, though, I would say.
yes, 100%. But regardless, it's still one nervous system. And if that nervous system is wired to boundaries being something to be tested rather than respected, then you're much more likely to act that out in most circumstances of your life, and especially in bed, because the bed is something. It's a space where like it's quite vulnerable, and your shadow, I think, can come. And the reason why I emphasize this is because I think this is one of the reasons why a lot of women go through SA, for example, because men have these like hypermasculine men have wired their nervous systems and trained their nervous system that boundaries are something to be tested rather than respected.
But that testing of boundaries can come from anywhere, not just men. Like women can test men's boundaries as well. Children can test men's boundaries.
Yes, yes. Well, but I think it's more subtle in women. For example, I think that in terms of the in terms of the in terms of manipulation, for example, I think it's more like men are more like they do it like physical. It's more physical manipulation, while I think women are more like subtle in the sense of like jabs, for example, and like these like tiny little like eats at like self-esteem.
Okay, there's probably some cases where that's the case, but I don't think it's this grand, overarching, universal theory that maps onto everybody's reality.
Test and respect.
And Dobes makes a good point that test and respect are not mutually exclusive.
Oh, of course you have like, but when I say test, and he is right about like, of course there's a nuance in the sense that when you don't know someone, you might subtly, for example, like let's say you introduce a music or like a song and like they don't like it, and then you don't play that. Just to give it's, I know it's a kind of bad example, but regardless, it's an example.
At least as
Um,
a concrete one. I kind of understood that one.
yeah, but the kind of boundaries that I'm talking about is once you know their boundaries, when you keep testing them.
Like
Sometimes
you keep playing the song anyway, even though you know they don't like it.
yeah, exactly.
And then what do you get out of that?
I think this is
Dominance?
where, yeah, I think hypermasculine is a way to perhaps I think dominance games, like I hate dominance games. I absolutely hate dominance games.
Well, we're monkey. They happen. We're primates. Status and dominance. It's still
No,
in our
but
hardware.
I know, but the reason why I hate is like, for
We're
example, I don't.
kind of doing it right now because you're trying to dominate in one way, and I'm trying to counter dominate in a different way. So we're in a dominance game right now.
Okay, sure, but I mean, yes, to an extent. Well, I don't know. Is it because are we like to an extent, sure, but also are we not trying to um is this not a conversation of curiosity,
It can be
of
both.
mutual
It can be all of
curiosity?
it. I'm curious, and I'm trying to maintain dominance of this conversation.
So there are degrees
And
then. Okay. No, likewise, but then that means that there are degrees of dominance in the games, in the sense that
I hate toxic masculinity even more.
it's a false and mutated form of masculine. Well, I gotta meet Dobby. Why can 3 people come up? Saying denotes that masculinity self-toxic, like people who never switch out of boundary pushing mode. Yeah, I would say so. I think it is a good definition of toxic masculinity.
I don't believe in toxic masculinity. I think that's one of those sloppy analogies from science. It's an analogy from chemistry applied to something abstract like masculinity, which is mythological. It's a mythical analogy.
I disagree.
And people treat it as a scientific fact. They treat it as there's this actual thing called toxic masculinity that you could probably even put under a microscope and study.
It's a metaphor, though, because metaphors.
But people don't treat it. They treat it as a factual reality, if not a mythological one.
Have you? Paul actually got me on this book back 2 years ago when I was in high school and I was watching P.F. Jung. He mentioned metaphors we live by.
Who's by that? Who is that?
George Lakoff. He basically argues that metaphors shift our perception of the world. And Paul was describing Peterson's metaphysical substrate idea, and then he referenced this book. But for example, why did I say the closer they are to a live wire? Right, that was a metaphor that I inserted into my argument. And the reason why I inserted it into my argument was that so that I could go back to it and reference that later on. But the reason why I inserted that argument was because you don't touch a live wire. So that was a move. That was a move where I framed it a certain way. And also, why do I say, for example, wiring the nervous system? That's another metaphorical move. So it shifts how you perceive the world. But the reason why I dropped in wasn't out of dishonesty, but it was so that I could go back to it and reference back at it now, at this point.
Is that social conditioning when you talk about wiring the nervous system? Like how our experiences shape how we respond in the future?
To an extent, yes.
And they're different for everybody. Like there's infinite possibilities and they're different for everybody. Everyone's nervous system is going to get wired in a different way because their individual experiences are going to all be different. And their individual genetics and temperament are going to be different.
Can I ask you a question? I'm curious. I was talking with a friend of mine, and he goes to Oxford and studies. The reason why I'm mentioning that is because he's a good source for what I'm gonna say. He studies Sanskrit, which is very interesting subject to take in Oxford. But he said that what is socially useful in terms of rhetoric can be different than what is true, what is intellectually true. So something might be false, but it might be socially useful, while something might be socially useful but false intellectually, where it might be, for example, less nuanced. I mean, or more nuanced
Yeah,
in real
my
life.
video tomorrow is going to cover that exact topic. In fact, almost using
Hmm.
that same language.
Oh, I see. That's interesting. What is it gonna? If you don't mind me asking, if it's, I don't
It's
want to
on
like spoil anything.
how we acquire the stories that we do, like these
Yeah.
myths that, like, how where do they come from in the first place? It's going to be a notebook
Yep.
presentation.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. But what's your, so with toxic masculinity, for example, that might be the case where it's socially useful, even if it's not as nuanced as
It's
reality.
socially useful. It's socially
Yeah.
useful to the people that find it socially useful. It's not socially useful to me because it's not correspondently true. And I find things useful that correspond to reality because I'm trying to live in an external world.
Mm.
And so for me, the most useful things are the things that correspond to that world and guide me in living in that world. Toxic
But
masculinity doesn't do that for me.
I
It's
think
socially useful for people that have some other purpose around masculinity, maybe.
But
But
it
it's
can
not
be.
socially useful to everybody.
No, of course
But
not, and it
but
can.
that is a much better way to talk about it than to try to treat it as if it's an actual thing.
But look, here's the thing. Do you remember when I said the closer they are to a live wire, and I didn't say they are a live wire, which I could have, is because if I said that they're live wire, if I said they're essentially a live wire, then it's much more likely that my wording will be misused, and will perhaps excuse some people who want to hate or have reasons to hate, to like hate on their being. But that's why I said that, the more they wire their nervous system that way, the closer they are to a live wire. So I'm implying that it's something that can
I don't know what
change.
that means. I don't know what that means. Like the last 30 seconds, I have no idea what any of that was.
As in, look, here's what I mean. So let's say that that I was a leftist, okay? Which I'm center left, I would say. I don't like labeling myself as right or left, but I mean currently, back when we talked, I was more, at the time, I think, more leaning towards conservatism, possibly, but now it's the opposite. But anyway, so let's say that I wanted to radicalize left wingers, okay? Here's what I would say. Precisely. I would say Trump voters, when they vote for Trump, are making an active choice to put someone who has RAPED women and essayed women and talks about them a specific way, to put that person, that kind of man, on the top of the hierarchy, on the most powerful position, right? That it's an active choice to do that, and therefore, the more they do that, the more they train their nervous systems and wire their nervous systems to put those kinds of men on the top of the hierarchy. And then I
Yeah,
would
that's a
say,
story you're telling
but
yourself, dude. You're making
no,
a claim about the motivation of millions and millions of voters that you can't
no,
test or
but I'm not
verify.
saying
That's
that.
just a story about why people
I'm
voted
saying
their
if
way,
I wanted to
as though
radicalize.
they all voted for the same reason.
No, but I said if I wanted to
That's your myth. You're
radicalize.
mythologizing the 2024 election.
No, look, I said
Yes,
if I
yes,
wanted
you
to,
are.
if
There's
I
no way to
wanted,
test or verify what you just said. That is your personal myth
I didn't
of
say that's
why
true.
Trump supporters cast the vote that they did.
No,
You
no,
said
I'm
it
not
was an
saying that.
intentional decision to put somebody that
No,
raped women in in the highest position of power.
I'm not saying that. No, I said
You did say that. Rewind the stream.
if I wanted to radicalize left wingers, I said, of course there's more nuance.
Oh, that's what you would say if you wanted
Yes.
to radicalize left wingers.
Yes. Yes. Of course I don't think that way. Of course
Right.
there's
It would
much
be
more nuance.
exactly my point. It would be a very simplistic narrative that
Yes.
that's not correspondent to reality, but has mythical value
Yes. Yeah. So, but
to a
let me go.
certain
So,
people that are already living inside of a certain story. So
yeah,
all you're
and then,
doing is
yeah.
manipulating their existing story.
Yeah, but let me continue. So, and then what I would do is I would say that we can see this in, again, I would simplify, just to clarify, I would simplify and not talk about the nuance. I would say that we can see this in their reaction towards the Me Too movement and towards E. Jean Carroll not believing her, etc. And I would use that as evidence. And then I would say, therefore, if your partner has voted for Trump over about 4 years or 5 years, their nervous system has been trained to put man who, great, who, I'm gonna be careful with my words because I don't want to get you in trouble. But
And by the
who
way,
have done
he's
that.
never been convicted of You can just say SA. He's never been convicted of SA. So technically, that claim is not even accurate.
Wait, actually, about that, he has in terms of
Not
E. Jean Carroll.
criminally. No, he's not criminally. That was a civil.
Yeah, it's in the
He's
civil
never
court.
been
Yeah,
criminally convicted of SA.
in the civil court, but it was because of the fact that what happened? What was the word in law when you can't like report something anymore? I forgot.
Oh, statute of limitations. Statute
Yeah,
of limitations.
yeah, yes, because
But
of the
the fact
statute of
remains, I'm not lying here. The fact remains
Yeah.
he's never been criminally convicted of SA. So it is inaccurate to call him what you
Criminally.
called him.
criminally, but I think that
Thank
in terms
God.
of the
Here, Dobez gonna take over.
hey, how you doing?
Are you wait? Am I jumping right into a heated debate?
Oh,
I've been messing with the camera, so I haven't been listening to like the past 5 minutes. Like,
Have
did
I-
I jump into something?
Yeah,
Jeff, have you have I met Dolby's
Hey,
before?
Spike.
By the way,
I can't remember you, but I've been on a lot of panels with Jeff, so maybe you were there, but I can't say I remember you.
okay.
so-
'Cause, yeah, I think Jeff actually mentioned you 2 years ago when I first met Jeff. So it's really nice to meet you, man. Honestly.
Nice to meet you as well. You've had a very interesting convo. I like that I'm not the only one who gets Jeff a bit flustered about like the more abstract side of philosophy and reality. It's good. He needs some of that.
We all do. We all do.
Sure, but some of us already have it in abundance.
I think both of you need more of what I have than I need what you bring. But carry on. Continue. I'm gonna sit here on mute.
Fair point, to be honest. I mean, I don't know if you have the same problem, but it's sometimes easy to lose yourself in the abstract, side of things.
It's very easy. Although at the same time, that's more of an issue I had previously. I don't know. I'm speaking as if I've solved it. I don't think I have. It doesn't bother me in my daily life as much as this did a few years ago, where every single conversation at school, I had to stop myself from going too high up because I only had like one other friend who could follow me all the way up, and he was a political opponent, and so that always got very heated. Like not necessarily the most calm conversations.
Okay. I definitely get that. Back when I was in high school, I also I often was quite. But the thing is, at the time, I wasn't so good at like I think I'm not saying that now I am, but like I'm just saying I was quite bad at it in my opinion back then, because like back when me and Jeff had a interview kind of thing. I watched some of the videos, and at the time, I think at times I didn't really understand that I was actually talking about something that already existed and didn't really get the nuance. But I was like 18 at the time, so who cares?
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't. Wait, you're 18 2 years ago? You're 20 now?
Yeah.
2005?
Yeah.
Same as me.
You?
Same as me. Good.
Cool.
It's the best year.
Okay.
It's
Indeed.
the best year. And finally, I'm not the youngest one here. Because it's crazy how old all of Jeff's guests are. And sorry to say, he himself is also quite old compared to me. It's always like 10 years above me. So I feel like I'm always the noob with the least life experience compared to them. It's fun though. But it's a change of pace to actually have someone of similar age. Though you do see more experience than me, given everything I heard about where you study and everything you've done. I've sort of done very little for the past year or two.
Okay.
Comparatively, at least.
You're both psych majors.
Sure, but I'm not as... I sort of lost a bit of the interest in it after I began studying, because it got... Like, To me, psychology is a tool to understand other things, like for example, politics or history or philosophy. But then it gets too deep in the weeds. It stopped being as interesting. And of course, the classic, I had bad professors. Like my professor in developmental psychology, oh man, she was bad. Like she was horrible. And like developmental psychology could be interesting. I mean, objectively looking at it, I can see that this could be a topic I would probably enjoy. But then she just ruined it all.
I see.
But that's the way it is. That's the way it is.
I definitely get that. Well, was that back in high school or?
No, that was my first year uni. So last year. Yeah,
last year. Okay.
Yeah,
I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I get that. I definitely get that. It's a shame, man. The subject is deeply interesting, but the person teaching it isn't as interested as the subject asks. You know.
Yeah, and then there's also the frequent issue where you're interested in the subject, but the sort of study of the subject isn't. What I'm interested in, if we take developmental psychology, would be like the fundamental structure of the human being, the human brain. What is the path of development? I don't really care for individual cases on how they found it out. Like, sure, that's interesting. That's good to understand.
Development is individual. We all develop differently.
Yeah, but Jeff, come on, look at us. We are all humans. We are all sharing the basic patterns. Why would you expect it not to be shared mentally? Like,
you know how many exceptions to those? Maybe because I work with neurodivergence. There's so many exceptions to those patterns. That's part of the problem with neurodivergence is people are trying to standardize human development, and we keep running into all of these exceptions.
But if 85% of the population follow generally the same pattern, then...
But that's not all. So you're interested in the 85%. Okay.
No, I'm interested in both, because the divergence, they can teach us about the general, and the general can teach us about the exceptional. But I do think it's okay for a study like developmental psychology to focus on the 85%. That's sort of the standard development, because if the majority does that. But again, it is vital to also look at the unique cases. What is it called? It's something the asymptomatic development. Also, I don't know what it's called, but
is it asynchronous?
Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. Either way, it's useful to look at both. It's just that when it comes to my interest in history and politics and myth, then the standard development is more important, because that's what informs the general pattern. The general trends of history. If you want to look at that from a psychological lens, then it makes more sense to look at the basal psychological map of the normal person, who is the majority of humanity throughout that period. And that doesn't mean looking at the exceptional isn't important. It very much is, especially considering that different people who are different in beneficial ways usually have an outsized impact on history. Like, there's so many geniuses and inventors and warriors who have something to them. But let's see.
But yeah. Can I give my take on that?
Yeah, of
actually. I think it's akin to hell if human development was merely individual, because I think it's a deeply, deeply terrifying idea for ethics, for example, to be based on the individual and not on a deeper evolutionary basis where there's no guiding force. Like, imagine if it was up to the individuals. Like, it's akin to hell, especially if like we based it on mere intellect, because there's a Luciferian component to the intellect where the intellect can justify anything if you're miserable enough and if you're in pain enough. Like, it's so scary. It's so scary if that was the case. I think if it was merely individual
and merely intellectual, I think
Mm.
the morals and personality side of the brain is distinct from the intellectual. You know, you have people with a high IQ of every single proclivity and conviction, and they can all justify that well. Like, if you listen to a person who has, like, let's throw out the number 130 plus IQ, and they have some general knowledge of subjects, they can't speak well, like, they can justify any single position. Like, I've heard
Yeah.
communists who justify it excellently. Like, if I didn't already have my own convictions, that could have convinced me. I listened to fascists speak, that could have convinced me. Democrats, liberals, whatever, every single position. Like, I am sure that with some preparation, a person of sufficient intellect could justify that, oh, indiscriminate murder is actually moral. Because if they have enough time, they can just redefine all the boundaries. And if you allow that to happen, you know, if you think everything is just what you can justify from an individual basis, then anything is possible because you can justify anything. But if you have that, either the lower level force or the higher level force, then it's more difficult to justify anything because there are restrictions to what is not restrictions, but well, okay. If you go up enough and you begin talking about God, then there are definitely restrictions to what is good and evil. But like if you go down and look at sort of like evolution, if you think evolution and how it's informed personality has had an impact on ethics, which it has, obviously, then you know that's not necessarily restrictions, but it's a sort of map on how ethics should work out, and most people comply to that, at least partially.
But about communism, though, I think I would argue that perhaps you wouldn't become a Stalinist kind of communist because, like, if like in the sense that, like, there's this idea, and I'm not arguing for or against communism,
I see.
but if you look at Marx's idea, he believed that communism cannot be applied as a system like on a direct level, like capitalism, for example, might be applied in this like direct manner, but that it will happen naturally through as like the economy develops or something like that. He
Well, communism
conceptualized it.
was a metaphysical construct, whilst capitalism was a purely materialistic explanation of the economy in Northern Europe and a formalization of that. It's like, yes, I do get what you mean, but at the same time, I think that's wrong. I don't think it's the natural trajectory of history to become communist. I think that is a false statement and a false belief that has fooled millions, and it has done a lot of harm. But he does have some points, you know, as every intelligent person does. They do strike well from time to time.
I quite like socialism myself.
Like, how do you define socialism?
So I quite like the Nordic system, for example. And in Portugal, for example, it's a mix of capitalism and socialism. But how I would define socialism, I think, would be, and I'm not super knowledgeable about this area, but I would say it's, for example, tax being. Let me give a better example. So, for example, if you're super rich, being taxed much higher. I don't know if that's a socialist principle, but perhaps it is.
It often is, but it's not unique. But
Okay.
it often is.
Okay, perfect. So, I think another component of socialism would be being paid less, but still, in the sense that you might not be, become a billionaire, but you'll still be paid, but you'll just be paid less, basically, from what I understand. I think that's another component.
Idea is that you don't put merit at the top. You pay equitably and not based on merit. Like in Norway, I'm Norwegian. In our system, some of the structures we have ensure that the most meritable professions, the sort of highest skill, highest earning professions, they earn way less in Norway than in other countries. And on the other side, those with a lower skill profession earn way more. It's sort of the system values spreading out the wealth than allowing it to naturally accumulate around merits. But it uses it. The vital thing of social democracy in Scandinavia is that to work, it must allow merits to actually prosper, and the meritable people who actually have skill and do generate a lot of surplus wealth, they must be fine. They must think it's worth it for the general
don't think
good of
it-
society. I'm thinking on a large scale, like for this to work democratically, they must think it's fine. Like if there wasn't a culture of sharing, of dugnad in Scandinavia, then that sort of idea that the rich would take a lower pay to
I agree with
put
that
up the
part.
rest, that wouldn't work without the cultural component. So
I agree with that part of what you're saying. But in terms of merits, I think you don't do away with merits when you have socialism, because merits, I think, is like, I think if you predicate merits on an amount of money, like X amount of money, but you could always, for example, also argue, well, this person deserves billions of dollars, so while this person deserves much less, but like, let's say that person's getting billions of dollars while the other person is getting much less. I don't think that you can define merit based on
but who
a certain
in
amount of
in a system where the market
I don't know
doesn't
what, I can't hear you
decide.
guys for some reason.
Oh, it's the iPhone
Give me a sec.
issue, isn't it, Jeff?
You're on an iPhone, and Paul just
Let me
joined.
just
Hey,
fix
Paul.
this.
Welcome.
Let's see.
Hey, hello everybody.
If it doesn't fix, just drop and come back.
I don't know why I can't. This is so annoying.
That is really annoying. And yeah, Paul, you were breathing very heavily when you joined. I don't know what that's about. Are you okay? Like,
no, actually, I've got a couple of health conditions, so
it's all good.
I'm not
It's
getting
all
into
good.
it. Yeah, I was just listening to about the history, and that's what I'm studying right now. I'm only here for a little bit because I've got a paper to write today.
Oh, interesting. About what? What are you going to write about?
Well, it gave me two choices. The first, I'm trying to keep the mic away from my mouth. The first choice is where the British Empire was built on the economy.
Mm-hmm.
And the second choice was where empire is a concept of the mind.
Oh, damn. Okay, which one did you pick?
I'm choosing the British Empire.
Okay.
It makes more sense for me.
Yeah, it does. The second one, I don't think I understand what the question was asking for.
Yeah, I had to look at the question, and neither could I understand the question. And I sort of could understand the question of number one, because they usually tell you where to get the sources from, and there's hardly any sources from this. There's only a couple of pages, so I've had to read the.
Do whatever you want, really.
No, I've got to keep within the sources.
Oh, well, I thought you said you could find the sources. Or
no, the sources. You've got to find the sources within the source, what they tell you to do, which is very minimalistic for Britain. But I've been reading the Encyclopedia of Empire, which is a very good thing. It tells you about how empires are made. It also tells you about the reliance that Britain did not rely on their vast empire for wealth. It mostly came from continental Europe and the North Americas at the time.
I mean, I heard this data point a few years ago. I don't remember it exactly, but I think it's something like only 3% of all imports to the British Isles came from their African possessions. Like it's at that scale where the British Empire was sustained by the Brits on their own island.
Yeah, it was also you also had the East India Company too, trading in the India. Then became its own military. Then Britain realised it wasn't exactly working in the 17 to early 1800s. Then took over in the 1830s.
Yeah, they formed a Raj. That's
the British, right? Formed the Raj. Queen Victoria was the Empress of India. Blah blah blah. You know.
Do you think they declared her empire just to appease her when, like, all her compatriots in Europe were emperors. Like, oh, the French, they made an emperor suddenly. The Russians, they were now an empire, not a Tsar. The Germans were on the road to empire. Like the Austrians made
The
themselves
Germans actually, no, the Germans weren't.
not yet. I know, but they
not
would.
Even the overseas was very limited.
No, I'm talking about the title of emperor. Like, do you think they declared her an empress just to appease her, as like all her continental monarchs, the fellow continental monarchs, were all like becoming emperors? Like,
maybe, but you've got to remember the British Empire was founded in like the 16th and 17th centuries.
Yeah, sure.
You know, started off with the English. Scotland had a little go in it twice with Canada. Then they sent the Scots to Panama, and they realised Scottish do not do well in Panama.
Poor Scots, man. Poor Scots.
The Scots. Then they left that. They became broke, basically. I'm just really not going into the full things of it, because there's a lot more into it. They basically went broke. Then they joined. The two parliaments, because they were under one king together, and that's how you get the Act of Union of 1707, thus creating Great Britain.
Can I ask you?
Yes.
In the English Civil War, which side would you have supported?
It's really difficult. It's really difficult because I love Cromwell. My family did come from Ireland. Some of my family would have came from Ireland at the time, and it would have been
difficult
Catholic.
To support Cromwell then.
Yes. Also difficult to support the king, because the king also done the same to the Catholics too.
Yeah.
Because his dad was James VI, James I of England. Yeah, Charles. I don't know. I probably would have just sat and watched it and been fascinated by the way the battles go. What's that?
Isn't that what Hobbes did? He just, like, this famous philosopher just grew up and like watched the civil wars happen. Because usually, if you're like a famous thinker, you're usually involved in the happenings of your time. Like, oh, Plato were involved in various city-state governments and wars and whatever.
No.
And then Hobbes is just there sitting, suffering from the civil war.
When people talk about the English Civil War, they forget there was actually three.
Okay, so the first against the king, where Cromwell and Parliament.
They're all about the king.
Yeah.
But there's actually tied in the three. There was actually three tied in. To
the Glorious Revolution is one of them, right?
The Glorious Revolution was afterwards.
Separate. Okay.
Yeah, separate. Okay, separate. But there's actually three tied into the English Civil Wars, because they got concessions, then the king went back, then they fought the king again, then the king went back, then they called the king a traitor, eventually won, then chopped off his head. And it was all to do about religion, Catholic and Protestantism, basically.
Yeah. I mean, it's the religious wars. It's
it's
the time of Europe. It's the spirit of the times.
In Europe too, especially with Germany, you had that type of thing going on. France, not so much, but they were still happening. I'm not too sure about.
As well.
I'm not too sure about Scandinavian history.
The Stockholm bloodbath was a very important thing. The Danish kings were still Catholic, and they invited like all the senior Swedish nobles who had become Protestant, and they murdered them all in like a bloodbath.
Wow.
And so the Swedish rebelled, formed their own kingdom, and then like a few decades later, the Danish became Protestants. Either way, so like they lost Sweden because they waited like 2 decades to become.
And the other side, the other side of Europe, you had the Ottomans against the Austrians, and that's how you get croissants. Croissants are not typically French; they're Austrian. Just a little bit of bullshit history.
A big part. We had a very big part. We killed so many people. So proud of my homeland. We like 30% of the German population. We are good at war, man.
Well,
I'm glad we're not fighting right now, but we're good at war.
Well, most of Europe, the white population of Europe, have got Viking or Scandinavian small amount of blood in them.
Yeah.
Because of the Viking invasions, and also you get the Celts too before that.
Yeah, and like all the Germanics are technically like Germanic people come from like southern Scandinavia and northern Germany, and so even the Anglo-Saxons share like 80% DNA with us Scandinavians.
You also forget the Vandals too.
Yeah, and well, they I don't know exactly the Vandals, but I know the Goths. They come from areas of Sweden, southern Sweden, called West Gothland and East Gothland. So you can see where the name comes from.
Exactly. You probably find somewhere along the line that everybody in Europe's really, really just related somewhere.
Oh, yeah. I mean, all the Indo-European peoples go back 5,000 years, then we're all the same. And like the Neolithic farmers go back 10,000 years, and we're all the same. And then the hunter-gatherers, you have to go a bit further back.
Yeah, you've got to go a lot further back, further than I'm interested in going back.
Yeah, but like the Neolithic farmers and the Indo-Europeans are, this is the thing with Europe. We're basically just a mix of two sources mostly, and it's a gradient. In the north, there's more Indo-European, less Neolithic, and in the south, it's more Neolithic, less Indo-European. But it's still the same sort of ingredients all the way.
And if you go to the southern parts of Europe, you'll have the Moorish invasions, where the North Africans. But before that, with the North Africans, you got the Middle Eastern dysphoria, where Middle Eastern tribes and Middle Eastern people moved along through Northern Africa from Egypt onto Morocco. So yeah, we're all just like one big soup of DNA.
That sounds nasty.
It does, doesn't it?
It does.
It does, but it's true. Anybody from even American Europeans like you, Jeff, your ancestors would have been part of this DNA pot.
Yeah, I'm Celtic. Most of it goes back to Celtic and possibly Scottish.
I'm Celt, and it's really weird. I think my DNA is a bit rare because I'm mostly Pict, then Celt.
Wait, what? Aren't Picts a subgroup of the Celts, or
something like that? But we were the painted people who went into naked battles with the Romans. The paint was our arm, and the Romans sent this legion up. It may not be true, but this is the way the story goes. I think it was the 8th or 9th Legion. There was a crack Roman legion. They sent them up to Scotland to take over the Picts, and they never came back again.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably why Hadrian built that wall, because I know he retreated Rome's borders like a few.
Well, there was two walls
kilometers south. Yeah. I know he retreated from the top onto the south because the
Scots
and
you've got
unruly.
Yeah, you've got Antonio's wall. Antonio's wall goes from the Firth of Clyde to the Firth of Forth. And Hadrian's wall was they called it the northern frontier. Okay. And if you look into the history of northern frontier, it's really quite fascinating because you'll find there were Syrians there, there was Moors there was people from all around the Roman world based there at one point. And they keep on finding artifacts of these certain Roman temples.
Can you hear Mert? Are you able to hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, not you. Doesn't seem like Barry. Can you hear us, bro, dude? No.
Can you hear? No.
You can hear us. I don't know what that thumbs up is supposed to be. If it was a yes, you should have responded.
I can hear a voice.
Oh,
let me see this.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but like I say, about the whole Roman frontier, of that northern frontier, is quite fascinating with the different people. You'll find out some of these soldiers actually intermingled with the local populations and married them. There was a case of somebody from Syria marrying somebody, let's call it England, marrying somebody from England at that time.
Not uncommon, though. Not common either. I mean, that's sort of the cool thing about Rome, is that it was so connected. It took until basically in the Industrial Revolution for Europe to be as geographically mobile. You know, like now you have Frenchmen working in Greece and Greeks working in Scotland and Scots living in Lithuania. Like, but that the last time was that sort of connected. That was the Romans, and even then it was like the biggest part of the sort of mobility of peoples was slavery. This, I know that Rome had an almost obsession with bringing slaves to Spain because Spain had these massive silver mines, and they were just running. I think at the height, which was the late Roman Republic, it required 60,000 new slaves every year because they just kept dying in the horrible conditions. And a lot of those had kids and settled in Spain. So like the genetics of Spain was heavily altered by those central mines. But those mines were completely empty as well.
I think the British Empire had done more for the movement of people than any other empire in the world. Because when Britain took over the place, they went to the resources. They got local people working the resources too. But also what they'd done was indentured servitude, as well as chattel slavery from Africa. They got put their own people in chains and sent them over.
Didn't you also take some Indians and put them in Guyana? I think I had a teacher who was like a Guianan Indian Brit. I don't know how she ended up in Norway.
Yeah, we did have indentured servants from India too, yes. I can't remember the name of it. I don't know, but there did happen a lot in the British Empire, that type of thing. And last time it finished was in the early to mid 1900s, where they worked on a contract for, say, like a 5-year contract.
Yeah.
Very little.
Like what Dubai does today. Dubai has millions of guest workers who will stay there for half a decade, get horrible pay, but it's still better than their home, and then they go back. Like there's no prospect of staying.
It wasn't really.
I don't know about the pay though. In the British Empire, I don't know about how good
there was very little indentured servitude.
To be fair though, in the pre-industrial,
are you back with us?
Having a roof over you and food is better pay than most.
They didn't have that type of thing in indentured servitude. The Irish got treated really poorly. And most of them were criminals, so they got treated really poorly under a 5-year contract. Then you got the Industrial Revolution, which started off in Britain, and which basically helped to build America as it is now. Because America, there's a lot of resources and there's a lot of wealth to be tapped. People are moving to America, finding these gold mines, finding woods and fields they can make tobacco and stuff like that. And so people were moving, especially in Ireland. They had with the famine, you had over 2 million Irish passed away from that. You had a mass exodus of Irish going. A lot of them ended up in Britain with my family. They moved in the late 1800s, but a lot of them went on the coffin ships to the US and Canada. And that's why you find a lot of the US has more Irish than Ireland. Or people say they're Irish. Yeah, people say they're Irish and never been to Ireland in their life. You ask them, I'm Irish. Have you been to Ireland? No. How can you be Irish?
Well, do they still get to be Irish though? I'm French. I've never been to France.
Their ancestry, ancestry and heritage is different to nationality.
Close for a lot of people, though. I think it's close enough.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, I'm Scottish, but I say I'm Scottish more than I am English, but I don't say that. I'm saying British. But I've actually lived and worked in Scotland, and I've actually won an award in Scotland too.
Oh, what kind of award?
It was when I was younger. I used to do a lot of youth work, volunteer youth work, and I got nominated for this award. We had to do a 2-day course, and I'm only one of 250 odd people in Glasgow who's got this award.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you. And this is when I got it when I was in my... I got it when I was 21. It was called the National Young Quality Scott Award. And I had to go up and had to talk in front of these people in the Edinburgh City Chambers, and I met this big rugby player at the time, Scottish international. And I'm not a small guy, but when he shook my hand just crushed underneath him. And he goes to me, "Hi, Mr. Pete. How you doing, mate?"
Hey, Mike.
It's good, guys.
I'm good, mate. And he goes to me, "Which part of England are you from?" I said, "Which part it was from?" And he goes, "I've never heard of it." And I said, "Well, that's fine by me, mate," and walked away from him. He was just a big guy. Big, powerful guy.
Sheer cheek.
Oh, no, asking me questions like that. He was a Scottish international.
What's cracking, Mike?
Just chilling, man. I seen you were live. Figured I'd just come up, hang out for a few.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know what the conversation is. Hopefully, usually it's good here.
It's all over the place.
Yeah.
You got deep in here. You taking off, Mert? Take care. Good chatting.
Oh, did he send something?
Here,
Oh, I haven't been seeing the private chat. That's why. My camera is blocking the private chat, so I don't see when people message there.
Oh.
I like to run 2 devices. I like to have my phone out so I can.
Yeah,
really
but
type
I need to
sometimes.
use my phone as the camera. I just use the stand and then I put my phone there because I don't have a web camera. So
I see. Okay. Got it.
inconvenient. But I work with what I have.
That's good, man.
And this is better than joining StreamYards on the phone. It's way better to actually be able to have the PC. Because then I can have multiple tabs open or whatever.
Yeah, and well, then also you can share content,
Exactly.
right? Yeah, which is really nice. StreamYard on a computer is just superior, man. I still can't believe the limitations that they give it. With iPad, for me, it makes no sense.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I can think of is they want people to be on the computer, but like, what difference does it make to them? Like, why can't they just have the features for like the iPad and the phone or whatever? Why is the experience so much worse? They should be able to make it work. I don't see a reason why they shouldn't.
No, it not with the performance abilities, especially. I mean, you could argue the phone, maybe because it's a smaller screen real estate and you're not doing as much from a device. So why, tailor software to do what a computer can do on a phone? I understand that, but not on a tablet. Not on a an iPad Pro, for example, that can outpace most computers. Like it just doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it does not all. Does not all.
But it is what it is. First world problems, right?
Truly,
Yes.
truly.
Yes. They say technology is supposed to have made it better for us.
It just adds more complexity.
Yes. Just give me the days where you used to write a checkout and give it to people.
Right?
You used to get a what a checkout?
Back when people used to write checks.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, I still get people that, would come in to the stores and be like, "Do you take check?" And I just kind of give them this like, "You mean like a check?"
Like, I'd be so excited. I'd be like, "Oh yeah, have a seat when we do."
Yeah. Well, we need this to clear before next week. So if you have any other form of payment, that would be fantastic.
And also the credit card runners you used to get. You put the credit card in and they put it like in a piece of paper and run it over,
on that little
over it.
machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about where they would like
yeah.
They would it's basically just taking a picture of your credit card essentially.
Yeah.
Like an imprint.
That's
why they were embossed.
I remember I was assistant manager of a paper shop once, like news agents, and we had to fax everything.
You had to what?
Fax everything.
Oh.
And also it was a dot matrix printer we had to use too. Do you know any of these, Lopez?
I know of them. I've never seen one with my own eyes.
I'm surprised.
Know that
Dude, you look like you're like 17 years old. I can't even imagine.
Hey, I'm 20. I'm not that young.
3 whole years.
Wow. Those 3 whole years matter.
when sweets were bigger and packet crisps were bigger and everything, you used to get much more for your money.
I can still remember that.
I remember I was trying to talk to somebody that was probably looked around your age. She probably was like 25, and I was like, "You know what a floppy disk is, right?" And he just looked at me with such disgust. He was like, "No."
Do you know
That's
this
just
is
general
this is-
illiteracy.
this is quite true. I don't know if it's still true now, but it was only a couple of years ago that the US military was still using floppy disks for their nuclear weapons program.
That's true. Yeah.
I know that NHS still uses fax. I believe that they are the largest buyer of fax machines in the world, like keeping the whole industry afloat because everybody else has abandoned it, but the NHS still uses it. I think.
Well,
I think
it's funny
German
because
bureaus as well.
e-faxes are still viable because, I noticed that, there's a lot of like industries that still use forms, right? Like, and they want to convert that into a digital format where they can store it. And the e-fax is really great because it also acts as a scanner and a file creator. So like there is still that part of the business where they're like, you're sending over, forms, through eFax, and eFax being like, you're not obviously like, it really doesn't require a phone, but it's the process of just scanning it and sending it over,
Is that separate from scan and email?
Yeah, well, eFax is more of a, it's more of an industrial tool, like where scan the email takes longer. Like, so for example, like, let's say I want to I have 15 to 200 pages and I want to get that over quickly. I would eFax it because the thing would just go and then send it over as a shot. Comes with a timestamp and everything. Scan the email. I mean, it's like just more like for close to smaller documents, like 1 or 2 pages, stuff like that. It's essentially all very similar. It's just really how you're built for the most part.
I remember when they used to use punch cards.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, for jobs.
Oh, you mean like time sheets, time cards?
No, they would you'd run them through a machine and it would tell the computer what to do.
Oh, I know what you're on about. Yes.
Old-timey programming.
Yeah.
They did that from NASA, I think.
They had here, I'll show you. They had these little, it was these little cardboard things with little slots in them.
Didn't they make children's toys for them too?
Instruct these things.
Yes.
And it would tell the computer could read this, and it would tell the computer what to do.
Interesting.
You blow Mr. P's mind too.
No, I've seen them. I just trying to think what would be the function? Like, what is the card controlling?
Because you don't have proper computing language
I don't
yet.
remember. I think we have it at the library. I don't
before
remember
the invention of proper computing language.
No, they did have they did have proper computing language. You got to remember there was a
But why would they use the punch cards then?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It was just for easier.
But how is it easier if you already have a language you can type in? Like binary doesn't count.
Yeah, but you got to remember the computers were basic then. There was a proper computer language for them to understand. They had to use the computer language for them to understand what the card was saying.
It would store that's information. So it would, whatever your output is, you could store it on these punch cards.
Mm-hmm.
It was data processing.
Also, when we had computers back in the day, they weren't like when you got your tower systems. They were hole-in-one units, and they were massive. What they were, IBM computers.
Oh, the ones that would take up entire rooms.
Yeah, so that's more like World War II. But just talking about the basic computer was like the green screen type thing, and there was no graphics. It was just typing in.
MS-DOS or something. Or DOS.
Yeah, it was before MS-DOS. Even before that, it was back in the early 80s.
Yeah, that's when you had to know BASIC to work a computer, and you had to load your program through a cassette tape.
Yes,
in real time. So it would take like half an hour to load up a program.
Yeah.
Dude, we are so spoiled when it comes to modern computing.
And that was advanced. That was like cutting
God.
edge. You were so excited to get to be able to play with that and do all that stuff.
Yeah. And when you had the internet to download a picture, it would almost take half the day to do it.
Yeah. I know most people don't know like they can't even compute like 28K, dial up speeds.
Yeah.
And then like how happy we were to get 56K, which was
Then-
just like you were just doubling your output, and it's still a load of photo, like the shittiest photo in the world, and it would be like like line by line filling in the data.
Then broadband blew everybody away.
And that's still kind of the standard.
Mm.
Broadband, Ethernet.
Because it was everybody almost used AOL dial-up. That was the main program.
And it would knock you off. And a phone call came in, and I remember when broadcast came out through the cable company, because then you could stay online and still have your phone open.
Yeah, that was when everything changed.
That was the big innovation.
Right.
Was cable modem.
And that changed social interaction, because AOL were one of the first people to do chat rooms.
Yeah. I mean, it had the BBSs and stuff before that, but that was just the nerds. The AOL is the one that brought it to the masses.
Yeah, you used to go into AOL chat rooms and just chat to people. And
Were you in it? Were you in the chat rooms back then? We might have even
Yeah.
known each other. Yeah, I was in there.
I was there. I was in the chat rooms, chatting away.
Take
My
care,
mum-
no best.
take care, mate. And that's my mum found her partner.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because when
There's
your
a lot
dad-
of people that coupled up in those days.
Yeah. Where's everybody leaving?
He's on an iPhone. He's probably gonna come back.
Okay.
His sound got knocked out.
Yeah, ASL. That's it. Age, sex, and location. That's how you met each other.
That was in the Robin lyric from her new song. It's like, "Give me your ASL."
Yeah. Oh dear. Then you got mail.
Carmen Electra. That is right around the time of Carmen Electra. That is absolutely right, Spike.
I think do you remember Sunny from WWE was the most downloaded woman at one point?
I don't even know who that is. Let me look her up.
Oh, she's in jail now. She's serving time, long time in prison.
What did she do?
She killed somebody.
Tammy Lynn Sitch. Wow.
Yeah.
They have her mugshot. Oh my God. Y'all take a look at this.
She's totally changed. Yeah, she ended up in prison for killing somebody with a car.
Oh,
Who's this?
wow.
That's Sunny.
I've never even heard of her. She was, look at her. Oh.
She was really big time in the WWE. Then just suddenly this fall. She was the world's most downloadable
Was she
woman.
British?
No, she's an American.
Oh. I've never heard of her in my life. I didn't know she was.
Then also it was Anna Nicole. What's her name? That tennis
Anna,
player.
I used
Anna.
to watch the Anna Nicole show. I love that
Yeah.
show. That was the first of the trashy reality TV.
No. The tennis player and the Russian one. Who she's married to on a weekend basis.
Yeah.
And then Nikolova, or get your knickers off.
Yeah.
I don't know her either.
Yeah, she was gorgeous, man.
Yeah. Not much of a tennis player, but
Yeah, she didn't need to be.
no, you didn't really look at that, did you?
She got all the sponsorships just the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we are spoilt for our communications now. We've got our phone. These phones, like I've got an Apple.
Yeah, like I'm weirded out when I don't have signal.
Why does your sound go out? You're on an iPhone?
No, I use my laptop, but I've got an iPhone beside me. Yeah, I've got like an iPhone 13 Pro Max. So, but they started off as just as a music machine.
The
didn't
iPods.
they? Yeah, the iPods.
Oh my
Yeah,
God, the iPods
I
were
had a little
game
iPod
changing for me, dude.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
I remember
especially
that
when they
day.
started coming out with the big data ones that had the color display. I just remember carrying around my entire like music library, like, and just being like, and then like if I lost it or God forbid it broke or something, that was like, man, if I didn't have that thing backed up, that was like years and years of music collection. Because even it got to the point where like we were basically like, I don't know how he was doing it. It was some form of, I want to even say like Napster was around this time, and we were like getting either CDs or full albums, and we were just running this collection of digital music and then sharing it on our iPods. And then it just like, if you switch computers, you had to like download iTunes and like, then put it on your computer. Otherwise, that was your only source of music. It's crazy.
I had a big external hard drive that I load all my music on so that it could transfer from computer to computer.
I've got something to say. I've recently been to the doctors, and they referred me to a specialist hospital. They found out I've got adult autism, but they don't know what stage I am.
How do you end up in the hospital for
autism? No. They took me to a different hospital for it.
But what he's saying is like you were there doing your thing at the hospital, and they were like, you know what?
No.
I think you got autism, sir. We need to send you to a specialist.
No. So what happened was I had to go to the doctors, and they referred me to a specialist.
Why?
Like you went there for some medical reason, and they said, "Oh, you might be autistic."
I'm talking to my doctor, and they referred me to a specialist team at a specialist hospital.
But what we're trying to make the connection is how did they go from like how did they pick up on autism?
Yeah, I had to talk to the doctor. I had to talk to the doctor who deals with the psychiatrist.
No, you're missing it. You're not hearing what we're saying. Like we're like, how did you go?
I know. So over here, we can't do it straight away. We get referred. So I
understand that. Like, yes, that's what I'm trying to get.
No. I'll go to my doctor. I told my doctor I was suffering from these problems. She referred me. She referred me to the specialist.
You brought it.
Okay,
yes.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, they referred me to the specialist.
And I hadn't had you pegged as a Spurg. My theory is almost everybody on here is, but
I didn't know until they told me, but I don't know what stage it is. I've got my first appointment on March about this.
And what was the symptoms that you think you're suffering from?
Just the way I react, about procrastinating a lot, getting lost in something. I'll go down a rabbit hole, and then I go down the rabbit hole deep into it, and just concentrate on that type of thing. The way I eat, not like sloppily, but the food I have, I can survive on the same type of meal for at least 3 or 4 days without changing, and I'm quite comfortable with that. The way I sometimes interact with people is one of the things, and they picked up on that, and I'll be finding out on my first appointment on March.
Oh my! Will you let us know? I'd love to follow the journey.
It is really weird because I'm like a 50-year-old, be 51 this year, and just found out you're autistic.
That is weird because they very rarely like catch it in adults or bother with it in adults.
But I've got to attend. I've got to not attend the main hospital. This is a specialist hospital in my area where I've got to go, and it's a specialist unit.
Are they going to? Did they officially test you?
Well, I spoke to the psychiatrist, and this is he says we definitely think you've got autism, but we don't know what stage you're at. We think it may.
Stages are. I've never
I know, but this is what he said.
You've got stage 4 autism.
Yeah. Well, it's the NHS. I don't know. The NHS is pretty crap when it comes to mental health. Good on other things, but mental health, not so brilliant.
You might even have terminal autism.
That could be the case. Terminal brain rot. I could look forward to that. I'm able to move things by the power of my mind at the end of it. Like fire starter. But it's quite interesting. It explains a few things that I've been suffering with for years. Also, tend to get bored easily. So when I used to be in a job, one day I'll be working in an army camp, and the next day I'll be in an island in Scotland. It's just things like that that explains. Oh well, that could explain it.
It's interesting because I see a lot of parallels to like ADHD.
It's all over. I did an episode on that a few weeks ago. There's those current categories are. I wish they just redo the whole system and make it more trait-based and dimensional.
But that's what I'm looking for. A sort of thing going to, and I think I've got to attend the hospital They're talking about 18 months of therapy in like that actual hospital.
What do they plan to do? Like, how is it impacting your life the most?
I really don't know yet at the moment. I've got this is my first meeting on March, so I have to. Well, the impacts is the major impacts is losing interest easily. The concentration on lost focus. The concentration on one thing, singular thing. Then next thing you know, your mind has changed, and you're down this other rabbit hole, and you've lost total focus on what you originally want to do.
Which that does sound more like what they call ADHD because it involves attention span. But I consider it all just neurodivergence. What has you always been that way, or is this something you're noticing recently?
Yeah, no. I think I've always been like this way because, like I said, one day I was working in an army camp, and I thought, I'm bored now. And 2 days later, I'm working on an island in Scotland. I got a job. Cool. It was pretty cool. The islands was pretty cool. It was pretty fun. We tried to nick the ship once, but we decided not to. We were a bit too drunk to do that. Me and my mate were planning to do it after we drank like 12 can bottles of Stella. And we thought, what would be fun to do? And he goes, we will nick the boat. We'll nick the ferry. I went, okay, then.
That's wild.
The thing is, because we lived in our work, the work used to call us in on our days off if they didn't have no staff. And if they didn't have no kitchen board to do the dishes, they would call you in. Then me and my mate thought of an idea to enjoy our days off. As soon as we wake up in the morning, we'll just get drunk. So it was my day off.
Recipe for
that sounds like a very British thing to do.
Yeah. So it was my day off, and they had this guy. My mate was called Big Frank for obvious reasons. And the head chef goes to Frank. He goes, Paul, Frank, go and get Paul. He said, "What time is it?" And he goes, "Oh, it's 11 o'clock." Now Paul be pissed. And he goes, "No, you won't. It's 11 o'clock." So no, he
pissed like drunk.
Yeah. And he goes, "Okay then." So he knocks on my door. I opened the door up with a double Jack Daniels in my hand, a little bit swaying. And he goes, "Yeah, I told Craig he'd be drunk." I said, "You still coming?" He goes, "Yeah, I'll be finished at 12, 1 o'clock." Okay then, because he was on breakfast duties, then we just carried on drinking. Used to go to the calf. Sometimes it'd be out the calf. Yes, used to have a calf on the island. I don't know if it's still there now.
Wait, what? What is that? What do you say?
A calf, like a calf. Just order a couple of toasted cheese sandwiches.
Oh, like a cafe. Okay,
yeah,
not a calf.
And a couple of bottles of beer at like 10 o'clock in the morning. And we just used to get drunk.
Morning drinking is like number-1 indicator of alcoholism.
Unless you live in New Orleans, Louisiana.
Well, we didn't do it when we're working. We've done it on our days off, and it was to get our days off.
No, get a day drunk. I get it, but like it's not necessarily like that you are an alcoholic, but like if you're the type that like wakes up and needs a drink, that's like red flag. You know?
Oh, wasn't the need to drink? Because the need to get the day.
No,
off.
I get it. I get the difference. It's like it's almost like what Jeff was saying. It's kind of British to do that, you know. But when you get to the point where like you wake up and you're like, you know, you got a little bit of the jitters going on, you need a drink. That's like okay.
Oh yeah, I've never.
The DTs, yeah,
yeah.
When you can't even hold a knife properly in your hands, like shaking like jelly.
Yeah. That's a pretty you're in it good at that point.
Yeah, when I used to work in a pub, you used to see people like that come in.
Yep.
You'd be shaking their pint, next thing two or three pints, and their hand would be fine.
Yep. But I've seen a lot of chefs. I worked at a lot of restaurants when I was young, and I don't remember one that never like didn't have a drink in their hand. You know.
Yeah.
And they worked the dog off them, man. I mean, they'd be there 17 hours a day. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, you do split shifts. I don't know if you do split shifts in the US.
Well, I'm more talking about like chefs. So like the guys
that
run the restaurant.
This is chefs. Chefs do split shifts. They do over here. So you
Well,
start
it
work at
depends. Like, so they'll have like a head. Like a lot of times, like if you go to like a hotel, restaurant, or like a really nice like year-round restaurant, especially even the summer places. But they would have like one chef that really runs the kitchen, and then you would have his like second in command that would like take over. But like they expected the head chef to really just be there running the show. He was essentially like part
essentially
of the
there
management
for
tree.
12 or 14 hours a day.
Right.
But over here, they do that. They call it split shift. So you start at 10 and you finish at 3. Then you come back again at 6. Then you finish between either 10 to 1 o'clock in the morning.
Nice.
And that's why they get you over here. And they don't charge you by hour. They give you a salary. So you don't get the money for it. You just get the basic money that they promised you at the start.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a con.
Well, yeah, it's like you can't win either way.
Wait, what?
If you're on
What happened?
hourly, then they won't give you the hours. But then if you're salary, then they'll overwork you. It's like there's no way to win that
But
battle.
you usually get paid more.
No. So when you do your split shift, that is just a like 8 or 9 hour day. They basically say, so you get paid a salary. You don't get paid by hour. And when you can either finish, sometimes you finish at 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes. But you get basically the same money as they promised you for the salary.
Oh, do you get tips?
You do get tips, but the waitresses pick up the more tips than chefs. Because they say the waitresses don't get paid much less than chefs, but it's the chefs that cook the food.
Yeah. Well, they're also working for tips too, right?
Not over in Britain. Britain's quite
Really
a bit different. It's not a tip-based nation.
Interesting.
You don't tip?
Yeah, you can tip, but it's not tip-based. You don't have to. No, it's not obligatory to tip.
That's a good example of that subtle social pressure we were talking about earlier, where like people here in America, there's this invisible, unspoken pressure to tip. You definitely feel like you're doing something wrong if you don't leave a tip.
Yeah, over here
you're not required to.
No, you're not quite. Yeah, over here, there's no thing to tip. Waitresses will not cuss you out or write things about you. It's just different. You tip for the service that you get. If you get good service, you give them a tip.
That's what I do. I tip on service. And if it's really bad service, they're not going to get anything. But if it's decent service, they're going to get something. And if it's exceptional, get a lot more.
I think the way the British do tips is better than probably the American way, because the American way you feel obligated. You feel bad.
It's optional. So if you don't tip, it's no big deal.
It's no big deal.
Just like a little extra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a friend whose dad he'd only tip for really exceptional service, but he would save all the tips until he got to the one that gave him exceptional service. And then he would give that person all the buildup of the tips.
Well, the best time for tips is on Christmas Day. That's the best time. As a chef, I picked up a £50 tip for Christmas.
That sounds heavy.
Well, it's just
tips. I've never waited, but I've gotten tips as busboys.
Well, we tip with the kitchen stuff.
I was like a side waiter, whatever.
Are you making a joke, or do you not know?
Each table had 4 waiters, and I was like the bread boy or something like that, and I got a tip for that.
Is Jeff, are you making a joke about the weight?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure because it was so dry that I was like not even sure that. I was like, wait.
Well, it's like $53 anyway. I've got.
Oh, look, we have a guest. Hang on. Nova.
Welcome.
Can you hear it?
I know that.
Hello.
You have a minute to get the audio set up.
Also, in some places where you work, at the end of the shift, you're on night shift or the evening shift. The manager buys a round of drinks for the kitchen.
Oh, that's nice.
That's happened in quite a few places where I worked. So they'll buy you like a pint of beer or a soft drink or something. And on a hot day, they I worked in places where they deliberately send up cooling drinks for the chefs on a hot day.
I don't know how drunk I want my chef.
Oh,
What's the-
sometimes
I
being
hear little
sober is way worse.
No, we can't hear. I hear little chirps, but I don't hear your voice.
I wonder what she's using for a microphone.
And we need your pterodactyl impression also. All of you, actually. I don't think I've collected
no,
one.
I'll do one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're gonna get me clipped doing a
That's for
pterodactyl
science.
impression.
We're making the world a better place, one dinosaur sound at a time.
Jesus. God.
Do a chicken noise. The chicken's one of the closest relatives to a dinosaur.
How does a chicken go?
That's it.
I used to could do a rooster. Wait. I can't. My voice was going the other day. I think it's. I can't reach the high rooster note.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure, but I think a pigeon is the closest relative to a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Is it really?
Rex?
I think so. Yeah. You need to Google that one, but I'm pretty sure a chicken.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
First of all, I absolutely love pigeons. I'm like probably one of the few people that just and everyone's like considers them like rats. They overlook them. I love pigeons. I think they're one of the coolest birds ever.
I used to look after.
What's that?
When I lived in Scotland, I lived with my family. My uncle used to have a ducket, which is a pigeon loft, and I used to help my uncle with his pigeons.
Yeah, they're really cool. You get this like I've seen these pigeons where they're like white with like brown on them, and then you just see all these different variations, and then apparently they can see like 360 degrees or something like that.
Yeah, they're pretty cool animals. Also very tasty animals.
Yeah, I think isn't that why the messenger pigeon is extinct? Excuse me.
No, they still the racing pigeons.
No, I'm talking about the original species that they used to get messages across. That specific species of pigeon, I believe, is extinct, and one of the reasons because they were hunted to extinction because they were a delicacy.
Well, no, we still got wood pigeons in Britain.
I know.
The AI is yes.
Yeah, we and also people use homing pigeons, which is racing pigeons.
What does the AI say, Jeff?
Pigeons are considered among the closest living relatives to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. They both belong to the class Aves, and T-Rex was a theropod dinosaur, and over millions of years, certain theropods evolved into birds.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Their genetic lineage makes them significant. Even though they don't resemble a T-Rex, they have the genetic lineage that goes back to T-Rex.
It was the passenger pigeon. Excuse me, not the messenger or the homing.
My uncle used to use his pigeons. They called it pigeon fighting, but it's not really fighting. So you have one pigeon loft would let his pigeons out, and you'd let your pigeons out, and you'd try to capture each other's pigeons.
No shit.
You'd put the ducket, or as they call it in Glasgow, would have a metal cage where you put the female bird in, and you'd stand there with the shaker making pigeon noises, try to bring the male pigeon in. Then you'd capture the male pigeon.
Yeah, the passenger pigeon was like apparently like a big food source. You found them in many pies, and they were used in pillows. And the problem with the passenger pigeon, I guess, is that they really needed large numbers in order to reproduce. So it became like kind of like one of those snowball effects when they started.
Wait, what are you? Can't just bake and run. What are you baking? Give us a sample, something. Tease us with something. I'm sitting eating my pickle chips.
We just made like this awesome chicken soup. It's like use just like thighs and like squash and
chicken thighs,
carrots, and like a whole branch of looks like just threw literally like a branch of thyme in there.
Rosemary. Thyme, that's what I was gonna say.
And then a little bit of rosemary, yep.
Some parsley.
Parsley, yeah. No, don't go crazy on the parsley though. It's like one of the things we like don't do. And it was so hearty and good. Oh my god. Especially like when you leave the bones in there.
People take the bones out. I'm thinking of gumbo. We put our we put all that in. Chicken soup is without the bones.
I don't know how you make a chicken soup without using bones. I think bones are like one of the biggest. Like if you're just one of those that just wants to use chicken broth or bouillon cubes or whatever you do for like the chicken flavor, like whatever, but like you'll get a majority of your flavor from the bone.
Yeah, that's why we used to do our stock. If we were doing the stock in the kitchen, it'd be like at least 16 to 18 hours cooking.
Yeah.
And it wasn't boiling, it was just on the low simmer. Then you'd have to clarify that, then reduce that down, then clarify that, reduce that down, then clarify that and reduce that down.
Can you say that again? No, I'm
What's
just
that?
kidding. That was another
clarify, yeah. No, you always take at least 3 or 4 stages of clarifying to get a good proper stock going.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, is it clarifying like the same thing you do with like if you're trying to reuse like bacon grease?
Yeah, it's almost the same thing. You got to strain it through muslin cloth to get the impurities out.
Peace, love, and bacon grease.
Bro, bacon grease, like so you save your bacon grease and then you like fill a jar up, you clarify that a few times. Bro, when you like making like home fries with that is like my favorite thing to do. Because you just like you throw it on there, it immediately liquefies, starts smoking a little bit, and then you take your potatoes, I have them like already boiled or whatever, like half cooked, and then I throw them in so they start getting like that crispy side to them. And then you throw like your paprika and garlic salt, and I chop some onions, throw it in there. Oh my god! And the combination of the bacon grease with doing the frying is like, dude, it's really good.
And if you want to really
you just use the bacon grease, that's all you fry them in?
That's it.
Wow. I wonder why restaurants don't do that.
It's to do more with health reasons now.
Yeah, so I wouldn't consider it the healthiest way to do it.
That doesn't stop anybody in America. We don't care about that.
But also, if you want a really, really nice meal, you'd melt some butter and clarify that and almost turn that into a ghee. And
what?
A ghee.
What?
A ghee.
A ghee?
It's butter oil with all the dairy taken out. Because when you melt butter, you get the dairy nodules in it. They come out, they're like almost like granules. You just strain that.
Hey,
now we can hear you.
Now you okay? I swapped over. I'm on my phone now.
Is it an iPhone?
No, it's a Samsung.
Oh, okay.
But it's weird because when I try to go on Angel's panel, the same thing happens. They can't hear me. So I'm thinking it's maybe panels that are paid for, if that makes sense.
Panels that do what?
That are paid for.
What?
That you pay for your StreamYard.
We're all confused.
Like the channel owner, if they pay for StreamYard or not, determines if it works.
No, it doesn't work because I can't get on Angels either. But when I do a live, it's fine because I don't pay for it. But no, I've sorted it. I'm on my phone.
Right, so as
welcome. What's up? She did troll us. We got to get her back.
If you do that, if you make like a ghee for thing, then you confit duck with and you put like a bulb of garlic in it, some branches of thyme, and stuff like that, and you just slowly cook it in the in that oil, and you've got to make sure it's covered. You get this really beautiful like duck that you can tear apart, and it's just some of the best stuff.
Nice.
But it would take about 3 to 4 hours cooking, maybe even 5 hours, depending on what size of duck breast you got, and depending on what type of thing you want from it.
I'm not a huge fan of duck.
It's very heavy.
I love a bit of duck.
Yeah, I find it quite greasy.
That's because it's not cooked properly. You get a chef who cooks it properly, it's beautiful. You put it in everybody makes a mistake of putting it in a hot pan. Don't put it in a cold pan. Render that fat down and score the skin.
How would you render it in a cold pan? I don't even understand that.
Okay, so if you put it in a hot pan, what the hot pan will do, a hot pan will sear. If you put it in a cold pan, it'll gradually reduce the fat, and that's this thing. That's the rendering down of the fat.
But I don't understand the cold. Like, how if you're not using heat? Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, if you put it in a cold pan, you using the heat from thing. But if you put it in a really hot pan, you're just automatically searing the skin.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're starting cold, is what you're saying.
Yes,
so
starting cold.
Right,
start on the
not
cold
starting
pan,
hot. I understand.
Not starting hot.
Got it.
And that will reduce the fat down. And also, if you take away the fat, that makes brilliant roast potatoes.
Oh, I bet.
Too. So yeah, you give the duck fat and goose are brilliant for potatoes.
Very nice. Thank God I'm full right now. Otherwise, I'd go eat some more.
Well, Nova, what's new? What's up?
Not a lot, actually. I just thought I would, make it two Americans, 2 British and 2 Americans.
Team Brit.
Make it even.
Make it, yeah, nice and even.
The Brits will take over the Americas again.
Part of what you were saying about the Civil War was the context for a lot of what happened, the American Revolution.
I don't know. I've never really looked into that. That was maybe you've got a point.
I started watching what documentary was it? Did Ken Burns just do a American Revolution one, or was that somebody else? Or maybe it was the Donald Trump. Donald Trump started a historical series on YouTube as well. It was one of those. And then what's this? Darren Aronofsky is about to do an AI version of the American Revolution.
The American Revolution is quite a fascinating bit of history.
It really is, especially for me. Like this, America really shouldn't be. Just the fact that we're here at all in the form that we are is
really
a combination of so many random factors.
Well,
I just wish more Americans appreciated that and didn't take it for granted.
Yeah, I mean,
part of that is education, and I still say bring back Schoolhouse Rock. That is where so much of my patriotism came from as a kid. Like we all did. We walked in school, like we all knew the little videos and the stories of American Revolution.
If you'll ever look at American history, America is actually a relatively young country compared to the rest of the world, or the rest of Europe. The Americas, and the amount of things that America has done in that space of time is astronomical.
Hey, Daniel Barry, happy Wednesday.
I mean,
yeah, it's amazing. It's just the whole thing is just mind blowing. I don't know how people don't have the appreciation for it that we do.
You're the most industrialized country in the world now. Well, China is second. I think it'd be you or China. The amount of things you've accomplished.
We have the people and the space and the land. And
that's one of the big reasons why, and the natural resources. You didn't have to import resources. It's all there in front of you. Unlike Britain, who has only got limited resources, we had to import a lot of our stuff, and still do.
What do you think about what's going on in Britain now? I hear so many people from the UK complain about the direction the country's going.
Everybody's going to complain about direction of the country's going. It's nothing unusual.
It seems like it's increasing, though.
No, it's just you just hear about it more because of the internet.
Oh, so y'all were bitching before?
Yeah. You mean, have you heard of the miners' strikes of the 80s?
Not really.
No. Did you hear about the nuclear war protests we used to have from the 50s up to the early 90s?
No, not at all.
Actually, talking about the miners' strikes, there's a really good movie, Jeff, called Pride. And it's set in the 80s. It's got the most amazing soundtrack. But it's about gay pride, and they collect like loads of money for the miners that are on strike. It's really good. It's called Pride.
Is it Stephen Beresford, directed by Matthew Warchus?
I think so.
Also,
From
even
2014. Oh yeah, the Welsh miners' strike.
Yeah, it is. It is really, really good, Jeff. I think you would really like it.
Oh, because the police stop harassing the gays and they start harassing the miners.
Yeah.
And Billy Elliott's about the miners' strike. If you heard of Billy Elliot,
these true events.
Billy Elliot is based on. It's not a true story. It's based on true events.
What is?
Billy Elliot.
Oh, Billy Elliot.
Yeah.
I saw. Was that Adam Sandler?
No, it's a movie about a young boy who wants to dance, but his dad was a miner, and it's in the miners' strike, and that is set in the 80s.
Was he gay?
I'm not too sure if he was or not.
No. Yeah, no, I mean, I grew up in the 80s. We didn't hear. I don't remember hearing anything about the miners' strike.
And you didn't hear anything about our 4-day week?
Hey, Mr. B.
No. Hey, Mr. B, I was thinking about you the other day, how I never see you. Just, you randomly popped into my head. I'm like, where's Mr. B? I never see him anymore.
Yeah, so people have been complaining about Britain for ages. You just hear about it more because of the internet now.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't hear anything about this miners' strike growing up.
Oh, it was massive. Police were going in heavy-handed, beating people with their truncheons. You know, police were called up from London. The Met Police got called up to London to go to the north of England, beating the crap out of miners and stuff like that.
Get back in those mines.
No, it's because they were closing down the mines.
They were closed. Oh, they wanted to keep the mines open.
Yeah, the miners wanted to keep them open. The government wanted to close them. So they were fighting for their jobs.
Was a miner.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Was he involved?
Sorry. I was just saying that my granddad was a miner.
Was he involved in the strike?
No, he'd retired by then.
Okay.
Was it just Wales, or was it all over?
No, it was all of England. All of England there. It was predominantly Wales because Wales was a coal mining nation. But there was coal pits had been in the north of England being shut down and everything. It was Margaret Thatcher said there was no future in coal anymore. She started shutting down the pits because it was costing money.
I do remember her.
So they organised this strike to stop the closure of the pits. Next thing you know, it turned out to be a big, massive bloody warfare battle between the police and the miners. Also, you've got the race riots in London in the 70s and early 80s, where pitched battles between the pitched battles in Tottenham and places like Tottenham and stuff like that.
And Brixton, I think, as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. This
Sure, my age now.
No, so, we were showing our age earlier when we were talking about fax machines and credit card machines. Yeah, so this is nothing unusual for Britain there, Jeff. There's always been some form of turmoil. And also look up the poll tax riots.
I think maybe I could be wrong. I don't want to speak for Jeff, but I think some of it has to do with the correlation of like the protests we're having for immigration and then seeing a similar response overseas. That's kind of the majority of the news I'm hearing is that there's a lot of, the reason why they don't like the direction the country's going is because of the amount of immigration that's happened recently.
Yeah.
But it's always been
illegal immigration.
Illegal, of course, yeah.
Cheaters.
Always been some sort of the case in Britain. There's always been some type of race riot. If you want a good example, look up the Battle of Cable Street in the 1930s. That's a good example. So they've always had this type of problem over here, but it's now just magnified because of the internet.
Here too. I don't think half of this stuff would be happening, including the George Floyd stuff, without the internet.
Yeah. That's the whole problem.
Now they have that signal network that they all use to organize.
It's like football teams. Like you get football hooligans. They used to phone each other up and organize to meet up for a fight. Now they do it over the internet.
Yeah.
They're pre-planned. Hello, do you fancy a fight? Yeah, where's happening? All right, meet us down the park. All right, we'll meet there.
People on YouTube on here that we're trying to set up fights with each other.
Yes.
Just
okay.
For fight, for fun.
Sure.
Yes. Turn up and there's just nothing there.
It's all hype.
Exactly. Well, it wasn't hype in Vegas, though, was it? With the person getting ended.
Oh, wait. In our community?
No. Talking about is the YouTuber. Didn't you get one of the YouTubers get ended in Vegas?
Yeah. On the strip in front of the Bellagio.
Yeah. Because of some YouTube beef, and next thing you know, a person ended up passing away.
Didn't he stream it?
Yeah.
I feel like VVCW is like one bad taunt away from that happening.
Well, yeah, they're already doing it with the cops. I don't know. I don't know why the cops play into this.
Yeah, I don't know.
After enough times, I think I would be onto the game and just tell these people to go fuck off if they called.
Well, they've got to be careful because it could be true. So they have to send people around. Somebody phones the police up and said, "Oh no, they've got a gun." And it turns out if they had the gun and they did harm somebody, the police would be in trouble. So
but how many times do you get to cry wolf?
That's true, but they're just doing their job, man. They have to check, don't they?
Because that's so open to abuse. Every YouTuber could be constantly calling the police, saying, "Oh, there's a guy on YouTube with a gun."
Yeah, sounds
which
nightmarish.
is kind of what we've been doing here.
But lucky over here, the police don't usually have guns, so they'll just knock on the door.
Oh yeah, you have those clubs.
Truncheons, and they've got pepper spray now and tasers.
Oh, okay. Good.
But they just don't. They'll generally try to talk to you first before they even arrest you.
There was a real interesting scene in the Watchmen series that was on HBO.
Oh yeah, we just watched it in Discord a few weeks ago.
And that, I think it was in the first episode, that opening scene, it was either the first or second episode, where the officer is behind, he pulls over, it looks like a truck carrying
the lettuce truck.
Yeah, the lettuce truck. and he's trying to get permission to pull his gun, and they're giving him hell, and he ends up getting blown away. Because they finally say, okay, fine, we'll after he gets him to release his gun, he then it jams and he can't get it out, and he ends up getting killed. And that was like such an impactful scene to me, because I really could see a future where, because police keep, having these, at least in terms of the way the media captures it, like these events where they end up killing somebody that is considered innocent or they shouldn't have killed, whatever, that we get to a point in the future where you have somebody involved with whether they can pull their weapon. I thought that was I still think about that scene.
Well, we still got something
but then the cops get killed instead of the you're gonna have a death either way. It seems like either it's gonna be the cop,
right? But I still could see a future. I could see
the wrong criminal.
Yeah, but it was very realistic in the sense where you could see that actually happening. It wasn't just like a movie magic thing that would never happen in the future. I could actually see that really happening, and then the real life implications of that was just played out it was crazy. Great show, by the way. I don't know if you've watched the whole thing yet.
It's one of my favorite series.
So there's this real case in London.
What's it called? The Watchmen.
Yeah, it's the HBO series, not the movie, but the series version.
All right, okay.
So there's this real case in London a couple of years ago, which ended up having riots too, where a well-known drug dealer was reportedly driving in a car. He was being tailed by the armed police, and he reportedly had a firearm on him. The firearm was reportedly chucked out the window, but the police tried to stop him. He wouldn't stop, and the police shot him dead, because you don't shoot to injure, you shoot to kill. And that policeman was then taken to court because they said he shouldn't have shot him, and he's faced the real allegations of murdering that drug dealer.
What was the outcome?
I think the copper was found not guilty. I think they did find a weapon near the scene of the crime, and he was going to do nefarious things of that weapon. And as you know, Britain's policy on firearms is much more stricter than America. If you're caught with any weapon, you're going to have the armed police onto you in any way, no matter if it's a knife or anything like that. You're going to have the armed police there as a backup.
So y'all do have armed police when you need them?
Yes.
It almost sounds like the difference between police and SWAT, the way that.
Yeah, it's very much so. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're not. Our police are not so militaristic like the SWAT team.
No, and of course, but I'm saying the fact that you have a level of police and then another enhanced level, right?
Yeah.
It's because we don't have a regular police and an armed police. So
we just have militarized police, and then.
Oh no, we got different types of police over here too. Depends where you go. See, you got the normal police, you got the county police, then you got the Met police. Then if you go into military land, you have the MOD police. And if you're a military person, you'd have the military police. But if you're riding the trains, then you've got the British Transport Police.
Yeah, we kind of have that here too. Our versions of all that.
But it's the MOD police are the ones that dress like the military, and they do have military weapons. And if you try to break into military property and you've got a weapon on you, you'd be shot. But generally, the police will try to talk you out of it first. Then they'll send in the armed police.
Well, now here in some places they have the social worker police. They wear police gear, but they're social workers, and they go out with the cops to try to talk to people and de-escalate.
Yeah, some people say our police are like the social workers too, don't they, Nova?
That's a really good idea, actually. That's a really good thing.
You think?
Yeah. You know, because sometimes if it's like somebody's having a crisis and they just send the police. I mean, the police really aren't. Yes, they're trained, but they're not trained for that. But if they've got, you know, like a specialist there, yeah, I'm totally on board with that. I think that's a really good thing.
That's what they use them for mostly, is crisis. Like also when they're doing the homeless sweeps or the drug addicts on the street, they try to connect them to resources and get them into rehab and that kind of stuff.
And
they wear police gear. They have the vest, the bulletproof vest, everything, but it says social worker on it instead of police.
And also we've got the volunteer police service over here. And also we have, what are they called again? Well, those police are not the police, Nova. They go walk around on patrol.
Oh, the special police.
Not the special. The special is the volunteer, but the other ones.
That's what we call them, special constables.
Okay. The PNCOs or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not the police, but they do have certain powers, but not the same powers as the police. They can issue on-the-spot fines.
I don't know if we have a volunteer police here, if we have any counterpart.
That's
like
it.
that.
PCSOs.
See, normally they are only around, you know, like on a weekend when it's busy drinking time in town, you know, like outside clubs and pubs. That's normally when they're all out. Because there's not enough police to manage towns, so they need a little bit of help.
Yeah, that's they go around a lot where I live. You see them there. Then you see them partnered up with the actual police. But you do miss seeing police on the beat. We used to get the police on the beat here. You don't see them much anymore now. Used to wear the special hats too, or the special helmets. Then at Christmas, you get the armed police guarding the shopping centres.
Oh.
Especially if there's a terrorist threat happening. But we used to terrorism over
get a
here.
lot of those for Christmas.
What's that?
Y'all get a lot of those?
Yeah, well, we used to a lot of terrorists. We remember Britain's getting bombed back in the 70s by the IRA. So it's nothing unusual for us.
I kind of remember that kind of stuff, seeing it on the news.
Well, my dad walked out one of the pubs before it exploded. One of the famous ones. I'm not saying which one, but he walked out one of the pubs. He was in the army at the time and he was drinking in that pub. And he walked out, then next thing you know, kaboom.
Oh my God.
You know, yeah. You hear reports of this guy told, because I lived in the military area, so you hear a lot of military stories. This guy left his room. Then next you know, he came back an hour later. Then there was a big massive hole in his room and got hit by a mortar round. There's also sad cases of soldiers walking down the street and they see a gun pointed at them. And one case, one of the soldiers aimed above the barrel, took a shot, and he rushed upstairs and found us a little boy, and he was playing soldiers like his daddy was. So he accidentally shot a kid, ended up in a mental hospital.
The cop shot the kid?
No, the soldier.
Oh.
This is in Ireland. When they're doing Northern Ireland, when the British Army was serving in Northern Ireland, they looked like a rifle being pointed at him from the window. So he aimed above the barrel, took the thing, went rush into the room, and found out he killed a kid. And the child was playing soldiers like his daddy was, because his daddy was in a certain group.
Did the child have a gun?
Yeah. The child was using the gun to point at the soldiers because he was pretending he was his dad.
So how did the child end up with a gun? That's where this went
Because
wrong.
his dad was in a terrorist group.
Oh, okay. I missed the part where it was a terrorist.
Yeah,
The son of a terrorist.
he was playing soldiers like his daddy was. His daddy used to point guns at the soldiers, and the little boy happened to do it, and the soldier seen the barrel and took a
Well,
shot.
I guess that's the price of being the son of a terrorist and not having some kind of counter education to.
Well, you don't really have counter educations between Catholic and Protestants. It was a bloody affair. Because Britain wasn't perfect. Britain wasn't perfect itself. Just look up Bloody Sunday in Derry.
Well, I know the.
Sorry, you were saying something.
I said I know the U2 song.
Yeah, well, 13 to 16 civilians, unarmed civilians, were shot dead by the British Army.
What were they doing?
Protesting. Just a peaceful protest. Ended up the British Army shooting them.
Sorry, I had to step away for a second.
No, that's okay.
Were you talking to me?
Talking about Bloody Sunday, the British involvement in Ireland and stuff like that.
Mm.
Yeah, so
well,
Britain was got to be held accountable for that, I've got to say. No way should unarmed civilians die in a protest.
Well, that's what they're saying about Minneapolis, but I'm not so sure.
Wait, so what happened?
So this is back in 73, 74, I think.
Oh.
The British Army involvement in Northern Ireland was controversial. People were protesting it. There was a peaceful protest happening. The parachute regiment were there to police thing. Next thing you know, all hell broke out, and the parachute regiment went and killed 13 or 16 civilians.
But peaceful protest, all hell breaking out is not peaceful protest. So something happened to
something happened, but you should never
peaceful protest to
that
reason.
you should never send the army to police a protest.
What? How is it the army's fault? What happened with it? There's something you're leaving out.
No. You need to look up the whole thing about the Troubles.
Okay, this is a very, very long article.
Yeah.
They began throwing stones at the building that they were on, and then they opened fire. So the protesters. That's what I'm saying. Just like me, the protesters stopped being peaceful and initiated aggression by throwing the stones at the soldiers. You can't write it off as a peaceful protest at that point.
But you don't shoot the unarmed civilians.
But you don't throw stones at the soldiers at a peaceful protest either, and get to still call it.
But the soldiers have got other weapons
to use. It sounds like it came from their side first.
Fat rabbits. No, we don't have Sharia police, and we don't have TV licensed police neither.
But there's riot weapons that are there, like bean bags, like non-lethal.
They had
smoke grenades.
Yeah, they did have all that too, and they also had rubber bullets.
Rubber bullets, things that can be used that even if they're in the wrong, you're still not using lethal force on them.
Yeah, but what people don't forget is the parachute regiment is not a policing regiment. They're an infantry, and their first mission is to kill. That's the first thing they get told. That's the first thing they're trained to do.
Well, that's all the more reason to not throw rocks at them.
Just don't say that in some parts of Ireland.
If I'm at a protest, I can't imagine throwing a rock at a cop.
Yeah,
because you're not a piece of shit.
Yeah. But that's a cop. This is soldiers. There you go.
Any official. I'm using the word very broadly. Any official there, I would not escalate a protest. I would be the one trying to keep it within the bounds of a peaceful protest, because that's what the law allows. I'm exercising my legitimate right to protest. I would not want to fuck that up for my own self by escalating it into violence by throwing a rock. So these protesters need to take some damn accountability for their own choices and actions.
Oh, they do, but there's no
And
need
the
to go
same in
around.
Minneapolis.
There's no need to go and shoot them with a military grade weapon.
I'm not interested in that part of it. I'm interested in the lead up to it, and it was on the protesters. The courts can adjudicate the appropriateness of the response, but there wouldn't even have been a response if the protesters themselves hadn't provoked one.
The problem is you take the job of police and their righteous actions, and you make the protesters right when you over respond or you overreact. Even if they're wrong, the fact that
I don't think they're right.
You're killing people automatically basically takes the onus off the protester now, and now the focus is on the people that murdered this unarmed person. Even though they're in the wrong, it's like
it doesn't for me.
Maybe not for you, but unfortunately, a lot of people are ignorant.
It's a fuck around and find out thing, and I don't have sympathy for people that.
I don't either. I don't either. But the way that like I actually noticed this with talking to my mother is that she watches a lot of like ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS, and her idea of what actually is happening versus what is happening is so misconstrued because of how the news is reported to her that she thinks like basically like in any of these protests, like the police are wrong, even though the protesters are sitting there, lighting churches on fire and doing, because of how she receives the news. So unfortunately, they just lose in the court of public opinion, even though they shouldn't. I understand where you're coming from, Jeff. It's fuck around and find out. I think absolutely.
Fat rabbits. If Ireland was free, there'd be so much more trouble than there is now. Because
say that again.
If the Northern Ireland joined the Republic of Ireland, there'd be so much trouble. It'd be unbelievable.
I thought they ended all that. Like they came to some kind of resolution.
Oh, it did end, but you've got to remember there's still terrorist groups in Ireland. They haven't gone away.
But they're not causing.
They're not causing as much trouble as they used to. But if they suddenly said Northern Ireland would join the Republic of Ireland, you can be sure that the unionists and the royalists would go, we don't like that. Maybe we'll pick up our arms again and start shooting people.
Or maybe they won't, if it's a new generation.
No, the trouble is sectarianism is ingrained in some parts of Northern Ireland. There's so much
right, but each generation has the potential to.
Yeah, definitely, but it's ingrained in some generations. Really is.
By the way, the man that tried to assassinate Trump just got life.
Okay. Oh, don't go around shooting people.
Justice was served, as far as I'm concerned.
I wanted to get that mug that says it's like Trump on the mug giving us the finger, and it says "You missed."
I
just want to put that mug in my mother's cupboard, so she just has to look at that thing every time she gets coffee. She fucking hates Trump.
I had a friend who was mentioned in a national paper as that idiot selling that Austrian leader in Germany in World War II. With that German flag in the middle of the British Union flag, as that idiot selling that type of mug on eBay. He was that bad. He even had the bust of that leader too.
Fats, I didn't take anything down. Did YouTube take it out? I didn't touch your comment. I didn't even notice you made it.
Oh, he's talking about Lord Mountbatten. What Fats didn't say is 2 innocent boys died in that thing too. It just wasn't him.
That's weird because usually YouTube will keep a comment from going through. Like I can't say hi, fatty. When Uncle Fatty shows up and I try to say hi, fatty, it won't let me. It eats it.
Have you got basic
But
moderation
I've
on?
never seen a comment disappear after it's already made it through.
Have
No,
you got
I
Unless they
changed
retract
my
it.
chat earlier to live chat because I couldn't see a lot of comments.
That's weird. They took it out after the fact. I've never seen that happen.
Who's taking it out?
YouTube?
I'm
Really?
not.
Moderation,
I'm the only.
yeah.
I'm the only with the wrench. I don't have any mods.
Because I have
so-
seen comments disappearing, but I was under the impression that was either getting deleted or moderated.
Yeah. Have you got moderation on your channel on the chats? Not mods. I'm talking about is your actual. Have you in your settings? Have you got moderation put on?
How do I find out? Where do I go to?
You need to go into your YouTube settings for your channel.
All right.
You can find out through there.
Community moderation.
I'm not too sure where it is, but it'll tell you.
It says messages in your live chat. I have it set to none.
I'm
so
not too
that
sure.
comment should not have been deleted. And I
Because you
don't have any
can.
mod. As far as I know, there's nobody with the wrench unless I overlooked a stray wrench. But they would show up on the screen, right? And I don't see
I haven't
anybody.
seen anybody with a wrench on there.
So that's weird that the comment disappeared because I didn't take it off. And usually YouTube, the automated moderation happens before you, when you try to type it in the first place. It won't let you type it. But if it let it go through, it's weird that it disappeared afterwards. I've never seen that happen. And I wonder how that's happening. If it's automated, like are they monitoring chat after it goes through the filter?
I wouldn't know.
Why
I just
wouldn't
know.
it catch it at the filter?
Maybe just certain
I don't know. That bothers
keywords.
Yeah, maybe it's just keywords that are doing it.
Fats, try typing it again. I'm gonna wind down soon anyway, and I'll probably do another one later tonight.
Oh, yeah, I've got
Sounds
to
good,
write in
Jeff.
this paper.
Oh, were you procrastinating?
Yeah, but yeah. There's no such thing as the English Army, neither. The English Army ended in 1707.
Oh.
Yeah, I was procrastinating. It's
They were
just
horrible for Ireland until that point.
no. They were. I mean, Oliver Cromwell done some horrible things in Ireland, as well as some.
No, but they're telling you to go live. If you go live, I can redirect everybody over there. All 6 of us.
But that's an American thing. When they say when they talk about Britain, they say England. When it's not true. There's no country.
What do y'all have? The RAF?
We've got the RAF, the Royal Navy, and the British Army.
Oh, the British Army. I see.
Yeah,
not the English Army.
No, it's a mistake. Lots of Americans say because when they talk about Britain, they say England. England hasn't been a separate.
Well, now we know what country Fats is from.
Have you heard there's going to be a Peaky Blinders movie, Paul?
I did hear that. They're making it now, aren't they?
I think February or March. It's going to be on Netflix.
Okay.
I'm not sure, but it looks really good. Actually, I watched the trailer.
Yeah. Sweet. There's supposed to be another couple. I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the new Avengers to come out. It's supposed to be coming out this year, isn't it?
What are you talking about? With Dr. Doom in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been talking about this movie for a while.
Yeah, and Captain America's back.
Yeah.
Is he a he? Is he still a captain?
Yeah, it's Steve Rogers.
Oh,
I heard
He's non-binary Captain America.
Who was the chick that they made Captain America?
Iron Man's supposed to be coming back Nova.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who is it? You said Steve who?
Steve Rogers.
Steve Rogers. Oh, he's a character. I thought he was an actor.
Yeah. But he's supposed to be playing a bad guy. I hear he's supposed to be playing He's supposed to be fighting for Hydra.
Who are you talking about?
Captain America.
Who knows?
Nova, do you want to go live?
I don't know. Yeah, I might. I don't know.
They're some of my favourite movies. I do like the Avengers movies.
Yeah, no, they're good.
I went to see the 28 Years Later Bone Temple last week. You all need to go and watch that. It was brilliant.
What is it called?
28 Years Later Bone Temple. If you're a fan of the other 28 movies, you'd love this one.
Those zombie movies.
Yeah.
That Alex
I like
Garland
my
does.
horror.
I watched that new movie with Jason Momoa and Dave Bautista. That's on Amazon. That was a quite fun movie. Terrible acting, but fun to watch.
The Rip was really good.
Everybody keeps talking about that.
It was really good.
I must watch it.
I thought it was gonna suck, and then like I just started like getting into it, and it just cranked up and became a great movie. Great movie. Yeah, you can't usually go wrong with Matt Damon and what's his name?
Ben Affleck.
Ben
Affleck. Yeah, I mean them together. I mean, it's usually going to be a good movie, but this is
have
really
you
good.
Heard of the new controversial movie about the Greek Odyssey?
Oh, where they're casting that black chick as Helena Troy.
Yeah.
Who really does not have much to do with the Odyssey anyway.
Well, Helena Troy is just a mythical person born from an egg.
Right, but she wasn't a main character in the Odyssey. She wasn't really the main character in the Iliad, other than as a catalyst.
I've actually got the copy. I've actually got the Iliad. I had to use that for some of my studies.
The book, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I do. I have both. I have several translations, both.
It's a fascinating piece.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me if they want to cast her as Helena Troy if it's the Odyssey, because she really doesn't. She's not that significant to the story.
No, and plus nobody mentions what her skin color was like, do they? We only presume because it's set in ancient Greece.
Well, I always picture Helena Troy as a white lady, but that's because
well, she wouldn't have been if she was from ancient Greece. She wouldn't have been white.
She was an elegant white lady.
Yeah, but she wouldn't have been white. Should have been tanned or olive.
I know, but Jesus is white too. She's as white as Jesus.
Jesus is only white after the Crusades.
Yeah, Jesus is whitewashed.
Yeah. Jesus came from a thing. He would have been olive skinned. He would have looked something like Mr. P.
Yeah, exactly. Or Mr. P, like, you know, a week ago when I had long hair.
Yeah, you could have started your own religion, mate.
Different.
Yeah, you could have started your own religion, live tax free.
Yeah.
What would you have called it?
Tax free living?
No, your own religion. You get your own religion, you don't have to pay no taxes.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Any faith in hair or something? I don't know.
If Joseph Smith can invent the Mormon church, you can invent your own religion.
That's what the Satanic Temple did. They became a religious. It was the first official branch of Satanism to get recognition from the IRS so they could get their religious exemption.
And there's still people trying to get Jediism to be a proper religion.
Yeah, that shit's
Is
wild.
the flying spaghetti monster a religion yet?
They've got a bloke near my hometown. He actually celebrates that and wears a colander on his head every time he goes out.
Pastafarianism, that's what it's called.
He actually walks around with the colander on his head because he's a Pastafarian. It's true, Nova. It's true. It's very true.
So yeah, they keep trying to get official recognition, but it looks like so far they haven't succeeded yet. Although in New Zealand, some of them did get the right to officiate over marriages.
How would the marriage ceremony be like? Would it be like plates of pasta? What the vows
Yeah,
be
there's
like?
a whole bunch of people wearing colanders.
We used to have before she passed away, it used to be a bearded woman used to live in my hometown.
I think we have some of those here on YouTube.
Yeah, and she had a really impressive beard.
Are you sure she was a woman?
Yeah.
She's
100% a woman.
You checked her the beard.
Yeah, she was she was really famous in her hometown there. They've even got a painting of her. She's quite a local celebrity. I'm pronouncing macaroni and cheese. They sit in a wheel.
Well, Schiff was trying to start a cult. I wonder if she could get like IRS exemption for the cult. If I'm assuming she's even in the U.S. I don't know where this cult's going to be.
Well, look at the televangelists. Look how much money they made through seed faith.
Yeah.
They can afford to buy their own aircraft, and they'll use Jesus would have wanted us to have this aircraft.
Yeah, I think Jesus wants me to have an aircraft too. I think he wants all of us to have aircrafts.
Yeah, go and start your own seed faith. If you give me $5, you'll watch that grow, and God will give you blessings. And all you do is send them $1 and ask him to send you back the $1.
Who send who $1?
So that's what seed faith is. So you
can just super chat. We can just all super chat each other dollars.
Yeah. So you send somebody, you send this priest or whatever preacher $5.
Robert Tilton, and he sent you a prayer cloth.
Mm-hmm. Then they send you $1, and you write a note and say, "Send that $1 back to me," and that would be your seed faith. So people do this. Then you send them.
What?
I watched John Oliver do it.
I'm not following.
Okay, so seed faith is basically you send a preacher $5 by the post.
Okay.
That is your seed. They'll send you $1 back. Then they'll say in the letter, send this $1 back to us, and you'll receive these small things like holy stuff. Then that's your seed will be sown, and that your seed will grow, and God will give you blessings.
I don't understand. I still understand. So they're getting $5 from you, and then they're giving you $1 back, but you send the $1 back to them.
Yes.
I don't get that. Why?
For faith. It's faith. It's seed money. They believe that giving that thing back to the ministry, that'll make their faith stronger and they'll grow richer.
But why don't they just keep the $5 instead of sending one back and then getting it back?
It's just how the scam works. It's amazing.
But what's the scam? Like the scam is the initial $5. Once
the
they get
scam
back,
is
they don't
so
have
you
to
get you get like, let's say you get 1 million people send you $5 and you just send them $1 back. Then they ask
Sorry,
you, then
Bob,
you
can I
ask.
just interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
I'm going to hop down, Jeff. Thank you very much for having me up.
Oh, you too, Nova.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice
Do you
chatting to
know
you,
if you're
Nova.
going live or not? I can raid over to your channel.
I'll decide probably in the next 10 minutes. But thank you
Okay.
for having me up anyway. Bye.
You as well.
Yeah, bye.
Have a great night.
Yeah, you too. You have a great night, Nova. Yeah, it's the way they do
I
it.
still don't get the purpose of sending the $1 back just to get it back.
It's just to do.
Like I understand, send me money, send me $5, and God's gonna love you. but I don't understand. And here I'm going to give you $1 of that back, so you can just give it right back to me.
R says it's perfectly thing. It's a perversion of tithe.
I'll have to ask the AI, I guess, to explain.
That's how they do the seed faith. Then they send you little bits like an imprint of a foot, and put your foot onto here, onto this, put your foot onto my foot. Then the blessings will go through your body, and little bits of cloth and shit like that.
I've never
That's
heard
how
of
they
this.
make
What
money.
religions do- Oh God.
That's how
I need a break.
It's American preachers, mate.
I've never heard of that.
I'm going to take off too. Thanks for having me, Jeff.
RW.
Take care, Mr. P.
I'll be out later. I'm going to go recharge and
All
give
right,
my
Paul.
brain a rest and come back out for some more craziness.
That is true. That's how seed faith works.
This is the weirdest. This is the weirdest thing I've heard in the last 5 hours of everything we talked about today.
Just if you want to see how it works, just type in John Oliver, seed faith.
John Oliver, seed faith. Okay. Our Lady of Perpetual Exemption.
Yeah, he invented his own religion.
Satirical church.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, that's the comedian. I was gonna say John. I know
Yeah.
the comedian John Oliver. I didn't know that was the one.
Yeah, that's the one. He done it all.
What the?
You've never heard of this?
No, I still don't understand it. Let me see. I'm gonna get the AI to explain it. Suggesting that if you donate money, you receive a I remember Robert Tilton used to send you little prayer cloths. You send him money and he'd bless a piece of fabric and he'd send it to you. So that part I understand. I just don't understand, once you have the money, why you would send it back to the person just for them to send it right back. But I didn't know that it was a parody thing either.
Yeah.
John,
It's how-
still, even the AI doesn't help me understand it. Oh well, this is not a rabbit hole.
No, this is definitely no. But that's seed faith. Basically, is how they make US preachers make their money so they can buy their jets, and it's all tax free because it's a religion.
What do you mean archetypally? You'll have to have that conversation with Mert. Maybe that's one of those archetypal energies, the Medea energy. But Helen came before Medea, didn't she?
I don't know. I'm not too sure about Greek mythology in that way.
Or the Iliad at least came before Euripides. I don't know what the actual timeline of the story is.
The Iliad is the poem of Homer, isn't it?
Is it what?
The poem of Homer.
Yeah, about the Achilles, the Rage of Achilles.
Yeah.
The episode in the Trojan War where they try to take his woman.
It's like it's called, yeah, it's a poem, but it really is a story. That's how it's defined, I think, if I remember right.
Well, it's a narrative.
Yeah.
Epic.
Oh, well, I'm going to go. I think I've blown your mind enough.
All right. Take care, Paul.
Yeah, you too, mate. Take care. Bye.
All right. Yeah, this is a good time for a break. We'll take a little break, and I'll be out sometime later for another evening panel. All right. Take care, everybody. Get some rest. And maybe we'll see you later tonight.